Жители отца Good morning, dear friends. We continue zooming on the city conference work. We had a packed day yesterday. It finished late. Hopefully, we will have as packed a day today, but it will finish on time. So this is the first session of the third day, entitled "The City During War." I will moderate. Marutyan is my name. Mikhail Nemtsev will be the discussant. He's sitting right next to me. Let me briefly introduce him. Okay, we'll do it closer to the end. We have at this session 3 presentations. Let's agree as follows. We give them 20 minutes each, 5 minutes for asking questions, discussion at the end. The first speaker, the first is a team of speakers, Arsen Hakobyan and Marcello Mollica. Let me briefly introduce them. Marcello Mollica is Italian, received his PhD from Leuven University in Social Sciences in 2005, and his Peace and Conflict Studies doctorate in 2007 from Houston University. I am reading slowly for the benefit of interpreters. He is cultural anthropology and ethnology assistant professor from University of Messina. The scope of his interests is religious and political violence, ethno-religious minorities, political mobilization. He's done field work in Northern Ireland, Southern Lebanon, Eastern Turkey, occupied territories in Israel, as well as in the Southern Caucasus. His work has been published in annotated. He is a member of IUAES, executive secretary thereof. Arsen Hakobyan has graduated Yerevan State University History Department, candidate of History Science, is employed by the National Academy, Archaeology and Ethnography Institute, senior researcher. Together with Marcello, they have been working for several years already. They have published a book last year by Halbreit Macmillan. It's called Syrian Armenians and the Turkish Factor, Kesab Aleppo and Ez-Zor in the Syrian War. They jointly published a paper encountering Turkish denialism from the Syrian conflict to the Second Karabakh War. Today's communication is called Deir Worn Memory. Please.
Recording in progress.
You have 20 minutes.
Շնորհակալություն, մեր զեկուցումը ինչպես արդեն նշվեց, վերաբերվում է պատերազմին
This is about war and memory, as I mentioned, based on our study, which we've been conducting for many years about the Armenian community and the Syrian war. As any anthropological study, the processes are still underway, and the final conclusions are always thirsty for additional material and new interpretation. In this respect, I would like to begin by a small episode from our field work. It was the April 24 commemoration day 10 days ago. During our discussions, which is very characteristic, whenever the issue of Ez-Zor pops up, people are mostly unaware that it's a city. Ez-Zor is associated with the crime, and the desert is the scene of the crime. Italo Pardo and Giuliano Pardo claim that cities during their development transform, change, evolve, industrial, post-industrial, sacred, hallowed. We're not dealing with the transformation of the city, but rather with the collective, the absence of the city and collective conscience. In this respect, one has to understand and look at the issue as to how the place erases the perception of the city in the Armenian collective identity. I have to single out the Syrian and Lebanese context because they are from these environment and are aware that there is always a city, but in our general perception, there is always associated with the scene of the crime. On another issue is that about 20 years ago, the first pilgrimage took place to, since the Syrian war, that was the first public event that restored the commemoration of the genocide model, Syrian and Pan-Armenian, that used to be there before that, pilgrimage to Deir ez-Zor. We are looking at several issues in this presentation, as I already mentioned, the transformation of cities, or the perception of the cities, how it's transformed, as well as the issue that in the Near Eastern, Middle Eastern cities, the war through its exogenous was dictated by exogenous factors and got out of the space and formed new realities that are detached, are not directly linked with the realities of the Middle East. So in this war, different wars and conflicts are incarnate, and in these cities, the models and processes are extrapolated onto other environments and cities. When we were writing the book, it was symbolically involving the Turkish factor, but when we completed it, it was materialized in the transfer of Syrian jihadists onto the Second Karabakh War. And we've mentioned that in the afterword. Why is Deir ez-Zor's issue important? Like I already mentioned, it is collective identity, the city, the collective identity, and the memorial space. And in the Armenian context, this is identified, as I mentioned, with the scene of crime. We could draw parallels with Auschwitz, but Auschwitz is not a city, it's a village. So the comparison Deir ez-Zor becomes somewhat unique in this sense because it doesn't exist in the collective memory as a city, it exists as a scene of crime and a memorial space. This is the location of Deir ez-Zor on the map, where it's about 240,000 strong. It's a 240,000 strong major industrial center, petrochemical industry. It's one of the richest, used to be one of the richest Syrian industrial centers until the most recent Syrian war. The Armenian presence in Deir ez-Zor essentially is symbolic. Prior to war, there were about 100 Armenians, 20 households of Armenian Apostolic, and about 250 Armenian Catholics originating from Mardin, and they have settled here prior to the genocide. The Apostolic community is the refugees from the genocide, and the Catholic community is prior to the genocide. They are Arab speakers. We do not have massive Armenian compact population, just symbolic, but the symbolic space is larger than the confines of the Armenian community. What makes Deir ez-Zor important? Because during the genocide, there were several deportation routes and massive destruction. Deir ez-Zor was the terminal. There were transit camps along the route, and through those transit camps, the forced exodus took place. Both routes went through the Syrian territory and terminated at Deir ez-Zor. Deir ez-Zor was the death camp where in 1915-1916 massacres and atrocities took place. This is
Դերձորի շուրջը այդ
around
ժամանակվա
there, or it used to be a town back then. The so-called Armenian refugee camps emerged, which were singled out and taken to be eradicated in the desert. In this territory, until this day, relics are found of the victims around these sites. There are certain rites and memorial ceremonies taking place, emerging gradually. In the wake of the genocide in 1918-1919, Deir fell under the British mandate because Turkey was defeated in the First World War, and the British troops entered Deir. In the early 20s, there were about 500 Armenians in the town of Deir, and the Armenian community started to emerge. By saying Armenian community, we mean not the presence of Armenians, but the institutionalization of the Armenian population. It immediately happened in the early 20s when they lost any hope of returning. The Lausanne Conference, before Lausanne Conference, Armenians still cherished hope of return. This is determined by the fact that in the Ottoman Empire, they've had multiple experience of resettlement, so maybe they were still hoping to get back. But in the wake of the Lausanne Conference, these hopes perished, and they already decided to stay put and build their lives thereafter. The first institutionalization steps were setting up a church and having a priest. In 2022, the priest was already operational in an abandoned house. An Armenian church was set up. In 28, a new church was built. What makes these 20s significant? Usually when we discuss issues of memory, we usually look at something that existed, then they remember it in the retrospect. In the 20s, it was forged as it went. The people who were alive, their relatives, their neighbors, their compatriots have perished. They have witnessed it firsthand. It was their immediate environment that was gone. And it was documented through the church, the national cemetery, and the school. They all three were called the Holy Martyrs. The school, the cemetery, and the church. The first church, the congregation was in an abandoned house, so was the school. The first attempts at bone collection took place in the early 20s. In 28, we could also look at this model in the contemporary sense. The Armenian transnational diaspora funded the construction of Saint Ripsime Church. Barsech, Egyptian benefactor, donated Egyptian gold coins to build the church Ripsime. Why Ripsime? Because it was his mother's name, and whoever was born later, most were called the baby girls Ripsime. The church was built, and they had set up, and they built also a memorial. The bones were collected, and there was a tomb-like memorial built next to the church. Since the 20s, it's already became a place of memory and memorials. In the early 30s, the Cilician Catholicos visited the site, and they said it would be appropriate to call the church Martyrs Church and Deir the City of Martyrs. This small memorial site maintained its significance thereafter, but there's an issue here. We could discuss the issue of fear and cities. We know that the Syrian Armenian community is an urban community from beginnings onwards, because there was a fear of desert and the fear of the environment where the massacres took place. So the Armenians started to congregate around cities. Deir was a desert environment with a massive Muslim population, so security issues were a major concern. There was the matter of fear. So there's Zor, and it was also the site of the crime. So Deir ez-Zor did not become a community center. The Armenians mostly concentrated in Aleppo and other major Syrian towns. This was a symbolic location. The issue of Deir ez-Zor, the issue of memorial space, became topical since the 60s. Most probably, this is linked with the 50th anniversary of the genocide in 1965, and the Syrian Armenian community discussed building a new memorial complex at the same site. But this never materialized, and only in 1989 they built the Deir ez-Zor Memorial Complex. Essentially, this was a church, but not in the classical sense, but rather a memorial. We're talking about the transformation of a church into a museum and a site of remembrance. As the priests mentioned, they do not do marriages or baptisms there. It's more of a museum and a memorial space. The other issue was that from early onwards, the issue of memory and memorial was not only an urban issue. Since the early 20s, they started to collect relics and bones and form memorial spaces on the basis thereof. The first was in the Beirut Mayravank, where they collected the relics. The relics were brought in from Deir ez-Zor, but since then, Syria and Lebanon were under the French mandate. There are memoirs about French authorities prohibiting the importation of relics from there. So we do not know the reason, but the assumption is it was the period of approximation between France and Turkey. French was negotiating borders with Turkey, and it was a period of approximation. But the Lebanese and Syrian Armenian communities organized a secret mission and transferred the relics from Deir ez-Zor to Mayravank. The other issue pertained to the memorial complex. As the architect Hmayakyan mentions, Turkey was attentively following the construction attempts of the memorial, even attempted to ban and hold the process, but Hafez al-Assad, the president of Syria, was adamantly against their attempts. Prior to the war, the memorial complex was under the constant surveillance and monitoring by the Syrian Secret Service to prevent possible provocations. Since 89, they started building the new memorial complex. In 91, they finished it. Since this is a site of, there were three basic areas. One is Deir ez-Zor, the other is Resurrection Chapel. I do not know. The memorial service was formed in the church context. After the building of the City An Anthropological Memorial Complex, the National Memory Service became civilian, but the church nature, religious nature continues to these days in the Near Eastern Armenian communities. The issue of political significance was also that in the years of Syrian-Turkish approximation between 2007 and 2010, the Syrian government prohibited major communal pilgrimages and memorial services towards the Deir ez-Zor Memorial Complex. But beginning with 2011, the Syrian war broke out, and the Deir ez-Zor Armenian community left the city in 11 and 12. The two Islamic groups controlled it together with the Armenians. Arab Christians also left, and Sunni Muslims stayed put.
2012 թվականին
In 2012, the first explosion took place in the Deir church. The door and some walls collapsed, but the structure was pretty sound and it stayed put. This was done by Al-Nusra. In 2012,
սեպտեմբերի 21-ին
on September 21, the Deir complex was exploded through detonating bombs. This was not a result of war, it was predetermined. Deir was a split city. 40% was controlled by the Syrian army and another part by the Islamic groups. So the state army was under siege. It was over only in 2017 when the Arab Republic took it under control. The Armenian sector was under the Islamic control. The chronology and the location of the explosion identifies its symbolic significance. It was the memorial space of the remembrance of the Armenian genocide. Armenia and the Armenian diaspora immediately responded to those events, linking them to certain political processes. The first process was that the 100th centennial of the genocide had to take place, and Turkey was precluding the possible commemoration. 2 days prior to that, in the Armenian diaspora conference, the Cilician Catholicos proclaimed the intention to launch litigation to restore, get back the cis Catholicos aid. This resonated in the Armenian reality. The group that exploded the memorial was not completely identified. The assumption is that it could have been one of the Islamic groups with the Turkish orientation, inclination, because there were various factions thereat. Naturally, the response was resonating. The subsequent Deir developments were also interesting. When Deir was liberated in 2018, Assad received a delegation of Armenian Syrian businessmen in Damascus and promised to rebuild the church. The Turkish press immediately responded, saying that instead of restoring the water infrastructure of his own country, Assad is restoring the headache of Turkey, the memorial complex. The next year, in the presidential chancery, the presentation of the book Exodus towards Deir was presented, and subsequently this was also included in the Syrian school curriculum. And already this year, the first pilgrimage took place towards the Deir church to mark the memory of the genocide. This work has several layers and strata, and if there are questions, I will reflect and answer them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hakobyan. If there are questions, some will be answered now, some will be postponed. You mentioned the memorials and ceremonies. Since they took place in the church, you mentioned that in the same church they do not do funeral rites or marriages. They take place, but very rarely. It belongs to the burial diocese. There is a permanent priest. They are seconded there for 2 or 3 months and they're replaced. They rotate. The rites are performed there, but this is mostly perceived as a memorial space rather than a church. If someone insists, they do the rites, but it's mostly a space of museum and memory. There are only 100 Armenians in Deir, so it's not a frequent occurrence. They have to come from the outside to perform those rites. Thank you. Please take your seat. The next speaker is our colleague from the archaeology, Amalia Dilanyan. She is the Cultural Studies Department graduate of the
Recently, her research topic about the graffitis in Yerevan was approved, and this time she will be talking about changing the code, graffiti against war. Please, Amalia, you have 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Մարդու գործունեության տարասեռ եւ բազմաժանր դրսևորումների շարքում գրաֆիտին առանձնանում է իր արագ արձագանքման յուրահատկությամբ։ Այն հանդես է գալիս որպես միաձույլ
Among the heterogeneous and multi-genre's manifestation of human activity, graffiti stands out with its peculiarity of rapid response. It acts as a monolithic reality, including text, image, information, and propaganda, while at the same time not identifying with any of the above individually, but emerging in its final state as a phenomenon with a solid internal content and emphasized concept. In 2020, the Armenian society was subjected to a double shock and trauma as a long-term consequence. At the beginning of the year, COVID-19 revised the state of social interactions and relations across the world. People found themselves in forced isolation and had to change their lives habits, adapting to the situation. The existing means and principles of direct communication, social distance, underwent radical changes, giving way to online communication and work. Entertainment events came to a minimum. Public life in all its manifestations was transferred to the online platform. The world declared a war on the pandemic with the determination to break the chain of transmission of the disease. However, Armenia faced more serious challenges. On September 27, 2020, Azerbaijan launched a military aggression against Nagorno-Karabakh. As a consequence, our society was forced to fight on two fronts. In one case, it was an invisible war and with deadly virus, and in another case, it was a fight against the visible enemy. Thus, the Armenian society faced loss of safety and sense of security in its confrontation with both the visible and invisible enemies. This cumulative effect exacerbated trauma. Cognitive and routine boundaries did not work, having also an impact on the identity. The innate identity starts to be shaken. So, this and the author of the "We Will Win" poster, Ruben Malayan, notes, I think that in that transformation, in that metamorphosis, we will win became we are winning, and the emphasis was on us. This was the second cycle when I made it. We will win and we're winning. This is the metamorphosis of these two. Shows the "We will win" and "We are winning" posters. It transformed from this one to that one. Now we're all going through different stages. Our mental stage is changing, and it is crucially important for us to find ability and capacity to properly respond to it. The first one, it was very important for me to write this. On the one hand, the idea that we would be cleansed was a good one. The message was addressed to the enemy, we will cleanse you, but then an addition was made, and we will be cleansed was added. This is very important, probably the most important thing for me, because as a nation we are now obliged to go through this catharsis process. And if we're able to do that, we will win that war. If we're not able to self-cleanse, we will perish. I have no doubt about that. This is from interview on November 9, 2020. Naturally, in any crisis, various overcoming tools come to the foreground or forefront. Mass protests, flash mobs, new emphasis in official propaganda, and new means of it, individual initiatives. And graffiti as a form of unique protest, propaganda, and mass initiative could be left out of all, could not be left out of all these developments.
Այստեղ տեսնում ենք քարոզչական բաները մեր սինի ափին գտնվող կինոթատրոնի շենքի պատին է։ Այս Մումբայում է։
It is in Mumbai, the other one was in Sensen. When graffiti is used as part of propaganda in fight against COVID, so there are humorous slogans along with the graffitis, which describe life during COVID. Then we have also some graffitis about the fight against COVID. So the doctors are shown as goddesses, as superheroes, and as angels. This symbolic transformation of the depiction was not accidental in so, as the pandemic is an enemy disease which is invisible and hence perceived as supernatural, and it can be fought by heroes with the same supernatural qualities, divine beings, superheroes, and so on. From a practical point of view, graffitis played a major role in raising awareness about the importance of wearing masks and getting vaccinated. In a sense, the graffiti of the epic struggle against the viral enemy was, willingly or unwillingly, aimed at restoring or instilling in people a sense of security and safety, a sense of being protected. In fact, the emergence of the "We Will Win" poster hashtag as a graffiti, which spread in many towns and villages of Armenia, was also aimed at overcoming the security crisis and increasing the citizens' sense of or feeling of being protected. And the author speaks about it. Also, by transferring it to Shushi. Initially, when the idea emerged that time had come to do it on a large scale on the wall, at first we thought of doing it in Yerevan. Then we realized that it is not the time for Yerevan. We should go to the very place where that slogan is more important, although it is not as important here. We are the rear, and we are the arrear guard, and Shushi is in the front line. We said we would go and do it there. Shushi was bombed before our arrival. It was also bombed after we left, but that wall has remained. From the perspective, graffiti is already a form of communication, though, through which people can conduct a visual dialogue without the need to meet, when the identity of the interlocutor does not matter in terms of a dialogue and the information. It reflects psychological, social, political issues, those of everyday life, etc. The wall, the writing, and the image can have a cumulative effect and can be a way of overcoming trauma. From this point of view, it is also interesting how space and military attributes change physically. Graffiti is a game you play with space. It transforms space objects and things, turning a collapsed wall into a car or something else. It is not accidental that street artists do illustrations in a dramatic place, sometimes by imitation, sometimes on their own initiatives. In this context, special attention is paid to the border walls and ruins, which are potential sites of cultural trauma. One such site is the Palestinian-Israeli border wall, which has attracted the attention of various prominent artists who have left their peace-promoting humanitarian writings and images there, transforming the primary substance of the border wall, space, and taking it out of a specific physical space, subjecting it to deterritorialization. An example of such transformation in the Armenian environment is sculptor Wartime's stitching of the wall of a building damaged by an earthquake in 1998 with an iron wire. The damaged cracked wall isn't anthropomorphized here. The external attributes of a person who underwent a surgery are attributed to the wall. On the other hand, any transfiguration can lead to the decoding of the place. The Palestinian-Israeli border wall is a traumatic site for Palestinians. When Banksy paints on the wall, one of the Palestinians following the artist's work notes that he is beautifying the wall. Banksy thanks him for the remark. However, the Palestinian replies that he hates the wall and does not want it to be beautiful, and the artist better go home. This interesting episode shows that the wall is a symbol of war, primarily a symbol of war and conflict in terms of its primary content, but that content is transformed to graffiti and is decoded. It is here that an internal conflict arises between the symbol of war and the work of art, the beautiful. On the other hand, in the process of creating graffiti, in the process of decoding, this conflict becomes a transformation. This conflict transforms from a symbol of war or death to a symbol of art or life. By stitching the wall damaged by the earthquake, we turn it into a work of art. The sculptor decodes the consequence of a natural disaster, transforming it into a symbol of rebirth, a symbol of life. In the same way, the graffiti on the warheads aftermath of the Azerbaijani shelling changes the primary purpose and content of the bomb identified with the war and militarization, and aggression. The warheads, which were illustrated with blobs, hashtag recognize Artsakh, became symbols of the demilitarization and the exclusion of war. Let's watch a small video now. People of Artsakh are creative people. They can create art objects from the remnants of the missiles, Azeri missiles. Arek Bolayan, a war journalist and reporter, is one of those who has created this artwork, and we will have an interview with him about creating art objects in the midst of the war. So we're losing you. You're always talking on the phone. Who is calling you? We have a problem with connection, so from time to time we lose connection.
Будешь рисовать очередное животное какое? И как ты выбор делаешь?
How do you choose your art objects? It happens accidentally. I see something and I try to turn that into art object.
Ну, это первая, которую ты внутри делаешь, да?
Да. А вообще первую, которую делали, мы пока не знали, что это вообще она опасная, не опасная.
We don't know whether it's dangerous or not. I'm not sure that it is actually safe. I'm not either. I hope it is safe. I will start from the inner part.
Да. Это вот наблюдатель наш внутренний, который, когда ты включаешь его, ты в осознанном, ну, ты в осознанности, вот
скажи,
находишься здесь, когда не включен, ты этот, понятно.
Արեգի մարտագրությունների մասին օրինակ նոնան իր Facebook-յան էջում գրել է. Արեգ Բալայանը ստեղծում է Արցախի դեմքը, դարձնում ցանցրարի
Arek Balayan
ոճը ուրախ եւ որը
is creating the face of Artsakh, is transforming boring places and the industrial style into something joyful and, most important, recognizable, illustrating traces of the war in bright colors. Arek brings it closer to the border of art. This is how he decorated with bugs the walls of or blobs. In Martin school, he says, my blobs are the units which are inside of us. It is imperishable, you know always where they are. You can go back to them and have a catharsis and continue on. When you are detached from them, you are rotten. Irrevocably rotten. So when he colors these places, he does it not for us, but rather for the enemy. So those theaters that I thought we were not going to have anymore, there was an inner desire to paint them and leave them there, because they establish relations with the viewer. What do we leave behind us? Burned houses, burned and demolished houses. I wanted that little light to remain in that painful reality, to see how the enemies will treat those remnants. I wanted that little light to remain in that painful reality, which I think that there will be some people who will enter into a human relationship with them, and it will bring them something good, a little color and a light that, I don't know, may save someone's life at some moment. Thus, the artist tries to transform ruins, to give them color, to enter into a dialogue mediated by his writings and illustrations. And generally speaking, graffiti is a unique call for peace. We also see similar calls to peace during the Russian-Ukrainian war. Although the whole of Europe is swept by anti-Russian sentiments and obviously supports Ukraine, the graffiti on the Russia-Ukraine war call for peace, even if they contain attributes related to supporting Ukraine, their symbolism is still peace-promoting. A young girl carries the flag of Ukraine and crushes the tanks. We see also here the Stop War, the main slogan of those graffitis, or we see a girl's hair decorated with flowers with hippie peace symbol. In fact, the baseline content of the illustration of Nagorno-Karabakh made by a student designer at the Race Institute of Art near the Papillon in Hollywood, and Balyan's illustrations in Martin represent the Nagorno-Karabakh war, but in both cases we're dealing with the manifestations of demilitarization and anti-war propaganda, mitigation and overcoming of the consequences to the transformation of the physical space via illustrations and writings. An abstract space is created, which gives the opportunity for dialogue, sharing traumatic experience and feelings, and everyone can find their own environment where they are not alone, as well as the feeling of human safety and security, the feeling of being protected. Thank you. Thank you, Amalia. Questions to Amalia? Yeah. Amalia, I wanted to know, we see more the faces of our soldiers, fallen soldiers, and as opposed to those graffitis which are made by professionals, the other graffitis are quite diverse. What would you say about those? Do you also meet with these people? Have you had a chance to interview any one of them? And along with those graffitis, not the art street, but graffiti related to the war. Do you have anything about that? Texts, not, I would say, visual art, or graffiti is made by non-professionals, people who are not regularly doing that. Just one clarification, Diana. Do you mean the faces of the fallen soldiers on the buildings? Amalia, I have one question related to the slogan "We will win," because and the way it was used, widely used, by the way. Do you see any relations between this person and the incumbent power? Is it possible that it was used for propaganda? And have you looked at the changing dynamic, how this slogan was perceived during the first days of the war, then during the war, and after the war, even now?
Քան որ դրանք լայն հարցեր են, եկեք դրանց անդրադառնանք վերջում։ Շնորհակալություն Ամալիա, նստեք։
So thank you, Amalia. Please sit down and we'll return to those questions at the end during the discussion. Now we have the third speaker, Margarit Harutyunyan. She is studying at Yerevan State University History Department, second year student at the master's level at the Ethnography and Anthropology Institute. So she is interested in post-war. It's an anthropological study of the aftermath of the war by using the example of the city of Goris. Thank you very much. On September 27, 2020, large-scale war broke out. Azerbaijan launched an air to a missile attack in the direction of Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia. Artsakh and mobilization was announced. And it has impacted the community of Goris. It has changed the understanding of people about the past and the future. There are new perceptions which have been developed in the city, and there are not only social but also security issues. Very often in the bordering provinces there are some controversies and conflicts which turn into debates and leading to disappointment and mistrust towards the state. So we would like to understand what people think about the border, how their perceptions have changed, their special memories changed, their perceptions about the Azeris, and the urgency of such research is based on the interest of the state and the citizens to present the realities and also propose some solutions. The goal is to collect memories and perceptions of the people to understand how the urban realities have changed, how the people have changed their perceptions, what kind of cultural and social issues have been created, what dualistic interpretations there are about the war and the consequences of the war, and how the reality is perceived in a city which is far from the capital. As people say, the Goris is surrounded by Azeri forces, and people are comparing it with the situation with the Soviet times when there were no Turks living in Goris. Some segments of the road connecting Goris to Kapan are now passing through Azeri territory. In those areas, the Azeris have started to wave the Azeri flags. And people show how the road became partially going to the Azeri territory, though they refer also to the Soviet time. I'm sorry, to Soviet times maps.
Դրանից բացի մարդկանց մի մասը չի կարողանում զբաղվել անասնապահությամբ, որ իրենց հիմնական
Давайте сразу не откладывая ничего в долгий ящик. Поговорим о санкциях. Вот какое-то время... И, в общем, пока существует, и даже что-то там работает, и президент даже заявляет о стабилизации.
Իհայտ են եկել նաև ջրամատակարարման խնդիրներ։
There are also some issues with the water supply, which is basically related to the fact that the Azeri soldiers are now near the safe village and the fact that the Azeri blog post was introduced on the road created some issues for the surrounding villages, and that has impacted the situation in Goris and the perceptions people have. In Sunik, we had a large number of Azeris living in those areas. In Goris, we also had some Azeris living, but it is interesting to note that Azeri segment was not visible in Goris. At the Soviet times, the local authorities tried to have pro-Armenian policy despite many warnings. For example, 37% of the people in Kapan were Turks. The second secretary of the Communist Party was Turk. He had a personal car with 18 Turkish. The second secretary of the Communist Party sold his personal car and bought 2 buses in order to organize pro bono transportation of the Turks from these 4 villages. And then there's Azeri. In Goris market, they basically had Azeris. They were selling their produce, buying some commodities and living back. They were negotiating the prices. They were selling quite cheap products. They were trying to maintain good relations with people in Goris. Goris played an important role for them because they had no alternative. So the Azeris were moving through Goris, taking back and forth their livestock and using community lands in order to transit their livestock. People working at the industrial plants were receiving apartments for their employees. However, No apartments were provided to Azeris, but the other services were offered to them at the cost of the city budget. So very often Azeris were complaining that Armenian officials do not speak their language, though they know it, and those complaints have been sent to the Central Committee of the Communist Party, which tried to solve this issue. This has happened to him. They were writing, let's say, a complaint to the member of the Soviet Politburo, complaining that they know Azeri language, but they do not speak that. So the letter comes to me, and I asked to bring to me the most ignorant Turk, the one who is not able to write his own name. I talked to him in Turkish, and I asked about his family. I knew Turkish 90%. I'm telling him, Paramas, what do you think about the Caribbean crisis? Is it going to be the Third World War or not? He responds, Mr. Harutyunyan, nothing. Do you know what I'll say? The coming from the north is our Deir, our uncles from the mother's side, and from the south we have our Amis, our uncles from the father's side. So this person then lives the office of the communist leader. Azeri and Turkish and Armenian officials were exchanging gifts. Their relations were based on the mutual respect and trust. I have seen the gifts myself during the interviews that those officials have exchanged at some point. In 1923, Azerbaijan created, so to speak, Red Kurdistan, Lachin Ghobatlo, and Zangilan districts. Then it was changed into new administrative units, and Zangilan became a border province with Iran. Then okrugs as administrative units have been again reorganized, and they returned into districts, rayons. And Lachin and other regions remained under the Kurdish rule. So in other words, they spoke Kurdish instead of Turkish. Axel Bakuns in his novel speaks about the issues related to delineation and demarcation. So a commission on delineation between Kurdistan and Zangilan was formed of Karayev from Azeri side, from Bakuns from the Soviet Armenian side. On September 10, they resumed their work. Starting from September 10, 1925, they started to work on field to learn from the experiences of people and then to delineate the border. The main weakness was that it never took into account so what is the economic center for that rayon or village, and what is the population of that? This result of delineation was explained by Deir by the land cultivation work not starting by that time. The main shortfall was that in drawing the border, the committee did not factor in the number of the population, how much land the village had, and what were the links between the neighbors. Which region does it gravitate to economically or not? The only basis was what the population was ethnically comprised of. About the Kurdistan villages, there were no accurate data. It was not known neither the numbers of population nor the area of land. But in drawing the borders, this was not looked at the per inhabitant area of land, which is why in ez-Zor the villages had less land as a result. The Turkish
villages had shanties that wanted to merge with Kurdistan, and they asked the border to be drawn at a certain distance from the village, in which case most of the contested lands were left with them. After the period, mostly the pastures determined the determination of land. In the Soviet times, there were cases when the borders were drawn upon internal agreement to the detriment of the Armenian party, because the belonging of the village lands was ignored, whereas the Azeri villages were in those contested areas where they had to do the delineation. The Azeris mostly were herders. As a result, they spread out, expanded over the Armenian territories. As a result, the issue of the Red Lakes emerged, which does not have a clear borders drawn. In the Soviet period, there were areas handed over to Azeris for grazing and pastures. The representatives of that period clearly remember the borders that existed during the Soviet period. There were truly Azeri populated villages on Goris Kapan Highway, Nivasar, Davutlu, and Chaizanlo. In the event of Shurnukh, on the one side of the road there were Azeris, on the other Armenians. In the event of Shurnukh, the Armenian population left their village, leaving the houses abandoned, and the Azeris grew subsequently in numbers. The respondents claimed that during the Soviet time there was clear policy, that is, to allow Azeri elements to peacefully establish on Armenian territory, do their herding, grazing and pastures, ignoring that such internal delineation could have become a controversy subsequently between the two nations. The respondents also told that during the Soviet period, local administrations, so to say, were trading spaces. Land were swooped upon the tacit agreement of the officials on both sides, and some respondents claimed this was because of corrupt risks, and some claimed this was agreed on by the center to give comfortable grazing land to Azeris. One respondent says that the first secretary of the district committee agreed with the woman who was the Lachin secretary, and they were intimate. In order for the Azeris to graze their cattle, they gave a lot of land from Armenia, and apparently that stays to this day. The swapping of grasslands was mostly orally agreed upon. There is no document to corroborate this fact. Already in 21, since October, the Goris-Kapan highway was almost completely handed over to Azeri control. Since August, in order to get to Kapan, people had to use the Tatev-Kapan road, which was repaired in a very short time frame. It was never repaired since the Soviet times, but the population encountered other problems here. The Goris-Tatev-Kapan road is not intended for heavy trucks, although the Iranian trucks are now using it. In cold winter conditions, this road is impassable even for passenger vehicles. There's an intention to build Tatev City An road that would circumnavigate this. There are certain issues for the city of Goris. Prior to the war, Persian trucks were passing through Goris, which was yielding economic benefits. Lots of small and medium enterprises emerged, and there was vibrancy, whereas now the city is circumnavigated by international passageway. The real estate went down, exodus increased, the city is grimmer. This has resulted in security, economic, and cultural issues. There is a serious issue of firewood. People were using firewood to heat the houses. Before the war, they were buying it from the Turks, whereas now it's scarce, the prices have hiked. If we compare the Goris situation with that in the capital, we're dealing with a completely different situation. In the capital, the tensions are higher than in the border communities. There are, of course, issues, and the issues exacerbated, especially then when in May 12, One, the Azeri armed forces established in the territory of Sev Lake. After the war, the political situation also got more complicated. The political discord is interpreted by the locals without taking sides. They're disillusioned by the apathy. They're not involved or consulted in public policy, and this results in loss of hope. This uncertainty and non-constructive position distances people from the state. A 62-year-old woman says, total uncertainty precludes people from thinking about tomorrow or making plans. No one in the wake of the war came to talk to these people, telling that the war is over, life goes on. There was no discourse on that. There's indifference, and nothing changed in Goris. For the state, all provinces are should be equal. They do not talk to their people. There's lack of jobs already since the Soviet times. There were industrial plants that have shut down since independence. One of the respondents presents their demands. We only have one demand, jobs, so that the people do not leave the town, because you can preclude this, there will be an exodus. Whereas Goris is the gateway. For a woman or for a dignified person, a job addresses a lot of problems. At least 60,000 will be brought home by a woman every month. This is no big issue for the national budget, but it addresses some major issues. In the conditions of Yerevan, Goris opposition, it's hard to talk about consensus. This results in disillusionment, exodus, lack of trust towards the government, a new reality emerging. The public policy exacerbates further the contradiction between the state and the citizen. People living along the borders ask for explanations, clear vision and strategy that would allow them to live in their native land. The state should launch a dialogue with the citizen, consult them about the issues and inform them about the impediments in the wake of the war, get an idea of how the locals overcome this, make recommendations, adapt the people along the borders to the current situation. As an afterword, the 67-year-old respondent says, we only demand one thing. Imagine people were asked around the globe, what do you want? They all will say cash, whereas we want jobs. Low paying, but still jobs. We have no other problem. Since the study is incomplete, I've interviewed people in 21 November through December. We do not have any reflection on the Russian presence in Syunik, as well as the ramifications of the Russian-Ukrainian war are not included yet. Thank you, Margaret. Questions are welcome. This is not a question, rather a discussion item. The question is, the Goris-Yerevan opposition, what is this? If someone is not Yerevanci, is it by default, meaning there is this conflict? There are other issues. There was, your mayor was arrested. You did not cover that. These are major issues. And how is this confrontation? You mentioned it's primordial. What's this confrontation about? May I answer now? And this is the consequence of war, that your mayor and so forth. These are major issues that you should have maybe focused on. Other questions at this point? I have a question. Have you made a comparison between the response of those inhabitants of Goris who moved to Yerevan and those who stayed? Do they have a different take on the situation, or do they interpret the war and the consequences differently, or not? Later. Okay. Very well then. Thank you, Margaret. Take your seat. I'll give the floor now to the discussant, Mr. Mikhail Nemtsev. Let me briefly introduce him. He is looking at the late Soviet and post-Soviet Russian intellectual history. His scope of interests include ideological discussions, Siberian studies, Northern Eurasian human geography. He has worked as a political interviewer. He taught social science and philosophy in various Russian universities, including in Moscow, collaborates with the Tyumen University Environmental and Social Studies School. Currently resides in Yerevan. Mr. Nemtsev will share his opinion and will raise a number of issues, after which the keynotes will respond. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction, Maya. I'm sorry, I could not understand this Armenian language yet, so I had to rely heavily on the translation. I want to say thank you to the translator, because without the translator, I would not be able to participate in this session. Well, thank you, everyone. I just want to thank everyone for sharing this interesting field results of field studies and different observations. Speaking about this story of days ez-Zor, what I see here in this presentation, thank you, Arsen, for this story of case of how a place associated with scene of crime is being eventually translated into a place where people practice memories and remembrance. So we see a case of a classic site of memory in a state of establishment. So what I can see here, there are two layers of extremely traumatic experience. One layer is, of course, genocide and the memory of the genocide, which is being reclaimed by the survivors and the ancestors of the survivors. And the second layer is the ongoing war, which is still, unfortunately, is not finished yet. And perhaps in the future, the place like this could become a place where people of different generations meet and discuss aftermath and consequences of different wars and atrocities. The question is, who is actually the subject of this transformation? Answering the question, you said that there are still only about 100 Armenians living in the city. So basically, a big project like this is being performed mainly by some actors outside of the city. Is the city community in any way involved in the process of the establishment of this site of memory? What is the position of people who live in Deir ez-Zor? I just can suppose there should be some political contradiction about this place, because the city is multicultural and there are different groups. They should somehow discuss this place and how it might be included into the life of city residents. Is there any special interest on the side of people living in the city in this place of memory to be established? You discussed the position of the government. Okay, what about the local government and the local residents? So to put it short, what is the political condition of the development of this site of memory? I think this study of this political environment could contribute greatly to the understanding of how places of memory are being emerged, sites of memory are being developed right now. And this situation of ongoing war makes the case even more complicated, but in this aspect more interesting for an anthropology of memory. The next presentation was about the graffiti. What I found strikingly interesting is that your approach goes, in a sense, against mainstream graffiti studies in the world, because usually graffiti has been perceived in the context of political and social struggle in an urban environment. So the city is being controlled by the power, right, by authorities, they somehow manage the city space, and the people who live in the city, they reclaim the city. They somehow protest against the authority or against the common way of life. They create their own spontaneous art. They exercise their agency. They perform the agency. So the graffiti is a sign of resistance. So many people who study graffitis in different urban scapes in the world, like classic work of Jeff Farrell, who studied the graffitis in North American cities and so on, they highlight this contradiction between regular city, well organized by the state authorities, by the city authorities, and the creative art, creativity of people living in there. So they use their own abilities to say that the city still belongs to them. And this is a kind of sign of some political struggle. Well, but you present here is this approach to graffiti is different, because you show that graffiti is, as far as I could see, is a sign of communication and reunification of the community. As you say, that graffiti, I quote, produces a sense of being protected. So instead of communicating these dissidence and disagreement, graffiti is in your presentation. They communicate agreement and this shared feeling of communality. And this is a different approach to graffitis, which I think is quite interesting, because it somehow complements complements this classic critical approach to graffitis in critical urban studies. I think that would be interesting is that you use or propose a type of typology. Usually, when people speak about graffitis, they speak about some unskilled works, very amateurish. There's openly amateurish, produced by some people who are not professional artists, and so on. That you present more murals, not graffitis, because they are produced obviously by professionals who perhaps are commissioned by the state or by some authority. They have been working on the graffitis for quite a long time, and in the places, maybe they have some previous agreement. There, the murals are to be created and so on. It is interesting that in a urban space, we have murals and they have graffitis and they could interact between each other. Graffitis, they cover murals, they change murals, and so there is some certain scholarship on this interaction. So you somehow contribute to this scholarship, proposing this understanding of graffitis is a way of unification the local community. In the situation of war, this unification and mobilization is even more different, is even more important, and graffiti turns to the powerful way to unify people and to create some new feeling of being together against the enemy. But speaking about the enemy, I can say that obviously war against COVID-19 and war against the neighbor of the next country are different kinds of war. So because then we spoke about, not we, just everyone used this image of war against virus. It was a metaphor. So this war is fought in a totally different way than a real war on a battlefield and so on. And nonetheless, this military symbolic is very powerful, and of course it is used when people discuss the fight against epidemics. They use the same military metaphors, military symbols to mobilize people against something. But against what? And then we see a battlefield, the enemy is obvious. What is the enemy actually in the case of war against virus? So the enemy somehow gets inside of people, and people feel this, they are mobilized as battlefields. And in this sense, war against COVID-19, war against virus, is a totally different war. And what I want to stress is that we have two types of war designed, military designed graffitis, but they use this very concept of war in different ways. And it means that analysis of this image of war, how is it used, how is this traditional military symbols are deployed, could somehow explain how do people actually survive this situation of insecurity, situation of war, or a situation of insecurity which they represent to themselves as situation of war. Maybe we should not fight the virus or learn how to survive it.
Я что-то забыла. Вы написали, что сегодня вам неудобно. А на какой день мы договорились позаниматься? Напомните, пожалуйста.
Just one methodological question. Who really does commission the artists? Is it this local authority, or are they commissioned by some people from the city to produce some private art and so on? I think in anthropological sense, it's important because it shows different groups of interests in the same urban space, urbanscape. Okay, then I proceed to the Margaret's speech about Deir, ez-Zor, about Goris. So, then speak about the city. It's unfortunately is a story of gradual impoverishment. So everything gets worse, right? The economic situation gets worse, social, cultural situation gets worse, and then war comes, and war makes the situation even worse. Okay, is it possible to discuss the Goris society as post-war, post-traumatic society? In this sense, maybe some social cultural study of this place could be good way to understand that what is going on. So people, of course, can discuss the interests. They say they need jobs, and they somehow miss opportunities. They feel themselves very constrained. They somehow betrayed by politicians and so on. What if this feeling of insecurity, this feeling of being betrayed and lost, is itself a symptom of post-war condition? What is something that is called in trauma studies, sometimes it is called post-traumatic stress disorder. So one war came after second war, after the next, there are two wars, right? And people of the same generation had to survive two wars. And they influenced heavily by this situation of existential threat. And the feeling of being lost and betrayed are not so much telling about the actual economic situation, but to a high extent about the feeling of being damaged and threatened by the war. So it's a traumatic place, traumatic community, traumatized community. And maybe it seems to me that the introduction of this social psychological approach could be quite fruitful in studies of this urban community. And just one comment, maybe I was misled, but it seems to me that there are two terms to speak about Azerbaijani people, right? Azeris and Turks. And it seems to me what one of them is a term Azerbaijanis would not like to be named with. And it seems to me that, just a comment, in anthropological discussions, it's better to use the terms which people prefer to name themselves. like they have special names for themselves, and we have to use the same names. What is the term for Azerbaijanis? Azeris, I think, right? No, not Turks. Yes, but how do they themselves call them? Would they prefer to use term Turk instead of Azeris? Sure, and then the reproduces this direct speech of the respondents, and then on her comments. But okay, it's a more about methods of presentations, perhaps. Also. So just discard this. Okay, so here is my comment. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Let us now. Are there additional questions? Let's briefly answer the questions insofar asked and the comments of Mr. Nemtsev, and I will then conclude the session. Thank you, Mr. Nemtsev, for your comments. The question pertained to the local experience and its interaction with the local space. The issue is not the local environment, because if the Armenians are aware of the space of the scene of the crime, the local population is equally aware of the site of the crime. It's not that they're unaware. As for the social space of the Arab environment also bears the consequences of the genocide. Many families have been formed on the expense of Armenian children and women. I have many stories by respondents when they claim that their grandmother was Armenian. So the local environment is equally affected by the genocide. There are many families and households that have originated with Armenian women, orphans, and children who have been converted. As we should also consider that Syria is a totalitarian state. It's paradoxical, but a totalitarian state accepted and embraced the rights of religious minorities, and this was strictly protected by the fundamentalist, from the fundamentalist approaches. In this respect, the Armenian minority enjoyed the protection, which is what explains the Armenian attitude towards the course of the Syrian war. There are the small numbers of the Armenian presence, these 100 people or 20 households, each had their contribution to the city. One family, for example, set up a photo studio and imported the relevant skills. Another family was involved in petrochemical industry. So the Armenians are perceived in that particular social plane. They have their particular crafts, professional contribution to the city in a particular layer. Ez-Zor, as a platform of exchange of opinions, is not resonating with the local environment. When the Turks start visiting it, that would then become the platform. The local environment just bears the memory. On the other hand, the Ez-Zor environment also nurtures some fundamentalist feelings and sentiments that were prevented by the Syrian state. This is not with respect to the Armenian genocide. It's just the run-of-the-mill Islamic fundamentalism. It's like issue, why should the church be lit up during the night? These are more of not an ethnic issue, but rather a fundamentalist approach. A few words about the Ez-Zor road remained bloodied until 2019. Because in 2019, an Armenian Catholic priest was murdered on the Ez-Zor road by Islamic State groups. This was preceded by the recognition of the Armenian genocide by the United States and by Assad's interview about the faithfulness and dedication of the Armenian community. He praised the Armenian community. The parallel of Deir and the Karabakh conflict was also that the Deir church was used as a command outpost for the Islamic groups and the warehouse ammunition depot, and this was directly resonating with the desecration of Kazanchechok Church in Shushi, which was used as a depot during the First Karabakh War. Thank you. Thank you. Please, Amalia. Thank you for the comments. No, it's not been like this for quite a long. It's not only a protest policy. It's in the social science. It has been well studied. It's not my personal approach. I was leaning on several authors' studies that predated this. And in particular, in Israel, in the wake of the murder of the prime minister, they were using graffiti to help overcome the trauma, and they appear as an instrument of art therapy. There is a paper that examines this at great length. I would not assume the responsibility of such a bold statement myself. Why graffiti? When we study public phenomena, you first address a large scope. We covered both improvised graffitis as well as illustrations. Areg never worked on commission. He worked sporadically and spontaneous. He is a photographer. He is the author of that photograph of 3 siblings, boys. Both in 2016 and 2020, he was there in person documenting the war. It seems as though, yes, they did not work on commission. As for Gayane's question, I apologize, I'll find it. As for the post-war soldiers, this is a standalone, separate study. They are representing a different element of memorialization, which is why I didn't cover them. We only covered that which was produced during the war. So maybe you were referring to the writings that the people coming out of the school left on the walls. Yes, that could also be qualified as graffiti. In the event of portraits of soldiers, it's easy to interview people and ask around. In the event of others, it's somewhat different. A different methodology applies. You collect the material and look at it. Why I did not use the term decoding? Because I haven't collected enough feedback to be able to apply this term. In this particular case, I was mostly looking at it from the vantage point of the artist. And there's been quite a little feedback that we succeeded to collect, how people are appeased and enjoy the sense of tranquility. As for winning and triumphing, this was originating from the Ministry of Defense, from Arsen Hakobyan. I didn't look at that aspect. Mostly, I looked at a different concept. My focus was mostly on Areg and Areg's artwork. I looked at the trail blazed by Areg and what other artists did in the wake. Each one follows his own or her own vector. I didn't look at the... Well, if we take graffiti and its connection with the online world, that it's not only turns from online into slang and gets out in the street and uses the same hashtags from wall to wall. It was called from online wall onto the offline wall. That's a way of describing it. And this is another subject which we also did not focus on. I'll tell you more. There's another group of war graffitis where there is, which were produced right during the war and reflect on the heroes, not only those who perished in the war. Please, Margaret. Thank you for the comments and questions. I'll try to go through them in succession. As for the confrontation, during the interviews, I, of course, dedicated a question to the political manipulations, and the confrontation between the capital and the Goris was exactly evoked in this context. So the citizens demand from the state and rather than from the local authorities. This confrontation is quite deep, especially in the wake of arresting the mayor. The respondents clearly state, regardless and notwithstanding the party lines and appertainance, no one is against justice and law enforcement, but there needs to be a judicial act. If there is no verdict, then this is not legitimate. As for the opinions of Goris residents who moved to Yerevan vis-a-vis those who stayed put, only 1 or 2 interviews were done by me with the former Goris cities living in Yerevan. Some small differences are apparent in their opinions, but not radical. I agree that the senior generation has the PTSD, but the younger ones' perception about the relations across the border are somewhat more blunt, let's put it that way. As for the use of Azeris versus Turk, the respondents used the term Turk themselves. For me, that was a little weird to begin with as well initially. I understand that when they say Turk, they refer both to Turks per se as well as Azeris. But since we're talking about Azeri populated villages, I preferred to use in my analysis the term Azeri. Thank you. You can discuss some of the balance of the questions downstairs on the ground floor during the break. Let me just consolidate the findings. The communications were interesting. I took Arsen Hakobyan's closer to my heart, and I concur with Mr. Nemtsev's observation that on the level of ez-Zor, we're witnessing how the toponym of the place become and transform into a site of memory. A site of memory doesn't necessarily have to be associated with a physical place. It could be also non-physical. We've been for 100 years already witnesses to ez-Zor in our collective conscience being synonymous with a desert or a dead camp. Mr. Hakobyan, it does not compare with Oswiecim, but rather Auschwitz. The previous president of the Republic had made a similar comparison when he was referring to the Jewish Holocaust. Like in Auschwitz, there are various artifacts and attributes presenting in the museum. By the same token, human bones are presented here, the same in Cambodia, Slang Museum. There are several sites where, as a result of massacre, the human relics are collected and displayed in a museum setting. The toponym ez-Zor has become an epithet. Its equivalent closer to the end of the 20th century was Sumgait. which was used to refer to genocides. It was also significantly politicized. The incumbent prime minister, after the umpteenth rigged elections claimed that we need to, if I'm not mistaken, said that our answer should be to turn this particular street into a Deir ez-Zor. That is, there should be no people walking along it. It was a call for passive resistance. I can't recall the correct proper language. The prime minister was using Deir ez-Zor in a political setting. We will triumph not going from street wall to online wall, but the other direction. And we will win, in my perception. This is not just graffiti. In the street, it turned into murals, like Mr. Nemtsev mentioned. Yesterday, we were discussing the very same issue with Mr. Abrahamyan. He very wittingly mentioned, after all, in Facebook, it's called Post to the Wall. It's in Armenian and Russian, where they use the word wall. In other languages, it's not always the wall. I think it's the page, rather. Anyway. So the internet wall and the physical wall, yes, there's an interplay. I agree that, yes, there are graffitis that turn into mottos, but don't use the definition slang. Amalia, you're not using it the right way, the word slang. As for Goris, you mentioned that the Goris inhabitants demand work. Since 1990s, they have been doing that. Not only Goris cities, the majority of the population of all of Armenian provinces demand that. So I would suggest that you conclude your presentation with something that emanates from its very title. The title is Anthropological Study of the Aftermath of the War. So it should be something that is anchored to the war. Mr. Nemtsev quite properly mentioned that the social consequences are always there, but the real consequences of the war exacerbate the social situation. And it would have been nice have you, were you to conclude it with the, especially that you dwell upon that in the body of the presentation. Thank you for your attention. Yes, let's move the rest to downstairs. Mural is one of the graffiti styles. It's the first style of graffiti. Bible and mural are styles of graffiti. Okay, we'll discuss that downstairs.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Քանի րոպե ընդմիջում դրում եմ հայտարարի
Հարգելի գործընկերներ, սկսում ենք, ոչ ժամանակ չկորցնենք, սկսում ենք մեր
Dear colleagues, we are starting our 8th session, 8th panel on city and religion. We have 4 wonderful talks on the role religion played in the religion, ethnic, and other issues. Alexander Agadjanian is our discussant, a researcher at Yerevan State University, as well as professor at the Moscow University. He is looking at the issues in Armenian Europe. Just a reminder, you have 20 minutes per talk. The first presentation is by Simon Hmayakyan, PhD in history, adjunct professor, lead researcher at the Ethnography and Archaeology Institute. He is interested in Wartime studies, ancient political history, etc. Please, the floor is yours.
Recording in progress.
I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful event. I was following you on Zoom, and then I realized the difficult work and challenges that the organizers had done. I have been following very interesting presentations. The basis of my presentation is historical and archaeological, and I would like to talk about an interesting topic, about an interesting monument for Armenia as well as worldwide. It's Argishtikhinili. Many of the monuments are not possible to excavate in their entirety. Argishtikhinili is an exception. And by the way, I would say this applies to the western and eastern fortresses equally. Argishtikhinili fortress was excavated in its entirety. It is only partially studied, and not only the fortress but also the tomb field. So for the last several years we are studying the tombs. In order to stick to the agenda, I would simply read my article. The east side of Argishtikhinili is located in Armavir province of the Republic of Armenia, at a distance of 9 to 10 kilometers to the south from the administrative center. The western fortress of Argishtikhinili town, established by the King Argishti in 776 before Christ, is located within the territory of Nur Armavir village. The fortress is built on the hill called nowadays Saint David. And the second eastern fortress of the Argishtikhinili town is situated on the hill named Armavir. So, on the left side you have Argishtikhinili, on the right side you see the Armavir hill and the city districts between them. Armavir later on became the residence of Yerevan kings. Between these two fortresses and their vicinity, the large town of Argishtikhinili was located with its 5 water canals originating from Oryx River, palaces, temple complexes, and town quarters. Moreover, the eastern fortress had another name, the town of Haldi, and a semi-ruined temple, Susi, stands on the top of the hill, which is dedicated to the country's supreme deity, Haldi. You see that temple on your screens. 27 Wartime inscriptions, as well as Elamite tablets and ancient Greek rock inscriptions, were found in the territory of Argishtikhinili and neighboring settlements. You see Elamite inscriptions and the Greek rock inscriptions. During the Hellenistic period, the king Vagarshak built a shrine in Armavir dedicated to his ancestors, the sun and the moon, where later on the king Artaxerxes I placed the statues of Apollo, Artemis, and Heracles, which he brought from Asia Minor. After the death of King Artaxerxes, the Vahuni priests took the statue of Heracles, whom they considered their ancestor, Vahagan, the shrine on Mount Karke, where Astrik and Anahit were worshipped together with Vahagan. Earlier, a plane tree forest was planted near Armavir, and the priests used to make divinations. Thanks to rustling of their lips, they were devoted to Apollo and his sister Artemis, to the same sun and moon. In the early medieval period, the city of Armavir became a fortress of secondary importance, and later on it was already transformed into a small village in spiritual and cultic sense. However, Armavir remained an important holy place. A cross and a chapel on the hill were places of pilgrimage in the 19th century. The days for pilgrimage were on the second Sunday of the Easter in spring, and the feast of the discovery of the Holy Cross was in autumn. The Saint Cross Chapel on the top of the hill. Let me find it. So you see the picture of the chapel. It was destroyed in 1936. The chapel was built in front of the Wartime Susi temple. St. David's pilgrimage day was also on the second day of Easter. There is also a day of commemoration of St. David, which is celebrated in the last week of December. As I said, the feast of the discovery of the Holy Cross was in autumn. So, the chapel is devoted to the Saint David. There is also the day of remembrance or commemoration day for Saint David the prophet and Saint James the Apostle, and it is being celebrated in December. By the way, the chapel of Saint David is not dedicated to David Dvinetsy, as it can be suggested, but to the king prophet David. So you see, if you go around, if you turn the mouth of the child on the chapel, the door will open. And there is also a tombstone, which is on the right side, which is called Saint Varvara's stone. So according to the beliefs, she was the sister of David. So it is also understood if you actually put the stone against the wall, if it doesn't fall, then your dreams will come true. These traditions or these beliefs have also their opponents. For example, a girl who was born in Nor Armavi visited this chapel and tells that she had a dream, and in her dream, a girl with scratched face approached her and asked her not to scratch her face again. It is obvious association with the stones which were scratched against the walls of the chapel. Systemic excavations on the St. David's Hill began in 1962 under the leadership of Moderator and later on Torosian. During excavations, it was revealed that the site is multi-layered. The territory of the hill was inhabited from the early Bronze Age. Then they left this place because the soil was not barren anymore, was barren and no longer was producing harvest. The Kurarok settlement that was formed by here was abundant in the 3rd millennia BC. Later on, the 12th centuries BC, a new settlement was established here, which however was destroyed by the Wartyans in the 7th century. In the 8th century BC, the Wartyans built the western fortress of the town of Argishtikhinili at the same place. Argishtikhinili as well as Teshabayani were invaded and burned in the 6th century BC. The year is uncertain, but the month was August, as the barns were full and the harvest was collected. In the early Armenian period, the territory of the abundant forest was used for burials. The life revived again on the St. David's Hill in the 9th century and prospered in 12th, 13th centuries, when a rich village existed here. The well-built dwellings, numerous Byzantine and Eldegus coins, high-quality ceramics and colorful glass processed unearthed here indicate the wildlife of the medieval village. The village was abundant during the Mongol invasions. The necropolis of the western fortress of Argishtikhinili is located mainly within the territory of Nor Armavir village, beneath the houses and gardens, and it is actually endangered. To study this necropolis in 2012, the expedition of Nor Armavir of the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography was formed during these years. The expedition found and excavated 33 tombs, out of which 17 Pithos burials among recorded and excavated ones. This is a type of burial which existed before, which was not actually characteristic to the population of this area before the Wartime invasion. We do not have any evidence of this in the late Bronze or Iron period, and we basically found such graves only after the Wartime period. The burials in Pito and Sarcophagi could occur for two reasons. With the settlers in the region who were the majority in Argishtikhinili, this could be also a result of formation of religious sect. The sectarians avoided polluting the land, water, air, and fire with corpses like in Zoroastrians. And it is noteworthy that the first Peter's burial in our valley was discovered and started in 1915 in Erebunides. Suggests that the Peter's burials in the region that appeared in the 18th century BC then survived until the nearly medieval period as the result of ethnic policy adopted by the kings, one kingdom Argishtikhinili and Moderator II, and also to ensure the unity of the country. This king sought to create economy regulated and controlled by the state. This refers to the new towns with the extended land areas and state workshops and water canals, as well as properties, barns, pasture lands, cattle, fields, and gardens dedicated to gold haldi, which were spread throughout the country. Ethnical factors also played a great role in strengthening the unity of country. This refers to the movements of population from various regions to the country that helped in organization of the above-mentioned economies, ensure the security of the frontiers of the country. The migrants were interested in strength of the central power when they appeared in the foreign environment and contributed to integration of various ethnical groups. These migrants were obliged to serve in the army to pay tribute. Argishtikhinili alone relegated around 280,000 people, were Argishtikhinili the second, 197,000 people. In this regard, it is also noteworthy that according to the annals of Argishti, the first he relocated 2,539 young men, 8,698 men, and 18,047 women during his invasion of the lands of Hatay and Tsupa a year before the establishment of Erebuni fortress. As it is mentioned in the second column of the chronicle, 6,600 warriors were resettled to Erebuni from Hatay and Tsupa lands. According to academic Melekashvili, the 6,600 warriors were taken out of the 8,698 men. So these warriors were resettled to Erebuni with their families, along with the Armenian warriors. Thus, it can be suggested that the whole population relocated during the invasion was settled in the region, about 29,000 people. According to his opinion, Argishti dedicated to Susi temple in Erebuni to Ivarsha, a god worshipped by these people. He also suggests that Ivarsha corresponds to Imarsha deity, known from the Luvian sources, and this cult was introduced to Erebuni by these migrants from Hatay and Tsupa land. I am trying to connect also Ivarsha to Armenian King Ara. On the other hand, besides Ivarsha, which was introduced as a deity from Luvanian lands, we also find Amarutu deity, which could be Marduk from Babylon, or could be Shantash, again from Luvian pantheon. So there are some facts, such as the burial rites and the presence of those shrines, which are connected to the migration and resettlement of these people, and it lead to conclusion that those who were buried in this necropolis are people who were resettled from the Luvian lands. On the other hand, it is also noteworthy that those beliefs which were not characteristic for one kingdom were tolerated by Urartians, by the government, so to speak. They tolerated their existence, but at the same time, the government was trying to also oppose this movement. In Argishtikhinili, I mean both kills, there were some worship objects built with great density. Haldi, Aurabaini, Teishebaini, and Werashivini deities. Aurabaini is one of the oldest known in the Armenian plain. At the same times, there were special decrees and also chronicles from the king with instructions about the sacrifices that should have been done annually in Armavir and should have been attended by all people. And there are also some priests remembered who should have actually performed those sacrifices, and some segments of the population or important groups of the population should have attended those rituals. All those events we would call a kind of ideological struggle against the religious beliefs of the resettled migrants, but they were only partially successful because in the 6th century we had also some sarcophagus burials, but I actually skipped them because of the time. We nevertheless have some peat burials which were not characteristic to the necropolis of Argishtikhinili. To some extent, the peat burial is replaced by the sarcophagus burial. So the victory was not full, because if we consider that this ritual burial was to some extent related to religion, if we talk about Ararat Valley in Armenia, this type of burial was still present until the early medieval centuries, before Armenia accepted Christianity. And one more sentence. This link with the Zoroastrianism gives me some courage to say that at the end of the 8th century, at the upper part of the valley, the Zoroastrian religion was well known and similar to Zoroastrian ideology. Religion similar to the Zoroastrian religion was present there with some influence over the inhabitants of that area. Thank you very much. If we have questions.
Yulia Antonyanը աշխատում է Երևանի Պետական Համալսարանի.
Our next presenter is Yulia Antonyan. She is working at Yerevan State University. The topic of her presentation is Silent Coloniality, the Russian Orthodoxy in Urban Landscapes of Gyumri, Vanadzor and Yerevan.
Բարև ձեզ, շնորհակալություն ընձեռնված հնարավորությունից։
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My presentation is about the Russian Orthodox churches in Armenia, which are somehow invisible in our reality. There are very few. The Russian Orthodox community is not a large one, despite the fact that according to the population census we have about 7,500 Russians living here, but it includes Russian, Ukrainian, Greek, and other Orthodox faithful, but they do not attend, not all of them actually attend church services or consider themselves to be faithful Orthodox. But the main topic of presentation would be so-called colonialism, which I called silent coloniality in the urban landscape, looking at the cities in Armenia. I would like to invite your attention also to the the fact that our research community and scientific community is not looking at this reality, and as a research topic, it doesn't exist in our discourse. So, I have prepared my presentation in 2 languages. Coloniality is a concept and influence of the colonial culture and mentality on the local social, political, and cultural practice, in some cases intentional or unintentional, reproducing the colonial past as defined by several authors. And they extend their influence even over to the post-colonial period, and they argue that for a long period they continue to have influence over cultural, social, political realities of the former colonies. And they may be even re-actualize if there are some enabling circumstances such as political process, wars, conflicts, economy and economic issues and migration. And religion is a key to colonialization process because it was one of the main instruments. It was well described in different pieces of research. I won't stop on the theoretical part in order to save time, and I would like to move to the Armenian realities. When in the first quarter of the 19th century, to be more precise, in 1828, when Eastern Armenia was actually taken over by the Russian Empire, colonization started. Colonialization was one of the specific tools used by Russian Tsars. So when Russia actually moved to the east, to Siberia, they started to build churches as a token of the presence of the imperial powers and influence over there. And we see the same notion also in Armenia.
Վերցնեմ միայն ներկա արևելյան Հայաստանի տարածքը, որտեղ ռուս բնակչությունը որպես այդպիսին ուղղափառ բնակչությունը
where the Russian Orthodox population was small in numbers. It was increasing throughout the 19th century, but nevertheless, in several rural areas and mostly urban areas, they were concentrated. And the assumption is that they should have taken advantage of these numerous churches. There were quite a few, more than 5,000 churches around, mostly in cities. Today, we only have less than a dozen. The number of Orthodox churches, when they were being built, their landscape positioning and the names as well could imply that they were mostly symbolic gestures, not to cater to the religious needs of the increasing Russian population, but rather and mostly landmarks to symbolize the imperial power, to transform the Armenian religious landscape towards this. You see 2 churches here. The first is the Saint Alexandra of Rome, which is still erect in Alexandropol on the territory of the Russian military base, and the second is the Saint Nicholas the Wonder Worker, Chudotvorets, used to be in Yerevan. It's been demolished in the early Soviet period, like most of other Yerevan churches. These are brilliant examples that are representative of the other churches. Most of these churches, this way or other, were linked to Russian power projection, that is the military presence. They were usually built for Cossacks that were part of the armed forces. Most of the several dozen churches were garrison churches, and they no longer exist. And the names also are quite remarkable. For example, the first church portrayed on this slide, Saint Alexandra, was called after Queen Alexandra, in honor of Saint Alexandra of Rome, the patron saint of Queen Alexandra, Empress Alexandra. And this also emphasized her belonging to the Romanov dynasty. The second was Saint Nicholas the Wonder Worker, which also alluded to the Romanov dynasty.
I
will reflect on this further. The Kanaker Russian church in Yerevan initially was called Nicholas the Wonder Worker, but then it was renamed the Holy Mary Veil, it was called. Why the veil? Many churches, especially in the perimeter of Yerevan, were called St. Mary's Veil, because on the day of the taking of the fortress of Yerevan, October the 1st, was the holy feast of the Veil, which is why the churches were called after St. Mary's Veil. In Gyumri, there is, back then it was called Alexandropol. We also see the Orthodox churches mostly anchored to the Russian military presence. This is the photograph of the still erect, the so-called glittering chapel, formerly called Mikhail the Archangel, which since the 90s was upgraded from chapel to church. It was built to honor the Russian soldiers fallen in the taking of Gyumri. In the cemetery was demolished during the Soviet period. Kindergarten was built instead, and the park, whereas in the chapel there was the Museum of Russian-Armenian Friendship. The main exhibits were mostly lost during the earthquake of '88. In the 2000s, when the Putin regime started to embark on its lengthy operation, the Russian attitudes towards the churches in Armenia started to change. They actively restored, rebuilt, and rehabilitated these churches, paying special attention to this. In Gyumri, that was most apparent. To this day, the Russian military base is in Gyumri, which manages the processes I just referred to. So this de facto cemetery was converted into a memorial complex, which is now called exactly that, the Hill of Honor. And the church was rebuilt and is now operational. There is an interesting fact about the church which saliently illustrates the material coloniality and the Russian presence. When they started rebuilding the church, a local amateur self-taught painter created the murals, which are quite an interesting style, and they've become one of the Gyumri attractions. Tourists are taken there to see the murals. But when a Russian priest was appointed there, who used to be a military chaplain in Arkhangelsk, he decided that those murals do not comply with the Russian canon, and decided that they had to be whitewashed. This led to an interesting discourse in the city. For example, there were theories that You can see here the eye that is in the ceiling. They claim this was a Masonic symbol, and the priest was just trying to rid the church of satanic symbols. But the employees of the parish and those who were in on the fact simply claimed that they lamented the loss of the amateur murals and claimed that they had no other choice than to comply with Father Artemis' insistence, and the drive behind this change was to make it look more Russian and canonic. In Gyumri, there is one more Orthodox church. The main one is the Alexandra Church, where I simply failed to collect enough material because it's behind the gates of the military base, and very few have access. Maybe just the personnel of the military base can access it. But there is another church, Orthodox church in Gyumri, which operates in one of the suburbs of Gyumri, the so-called 8th Garadok. It's a building of a kindergarten. It's considered to be a home church, Damavaya Tserkev. Initially, it had to be called after Nikolai the Wonder Worker, but then it was renamed Muscovite Matron. Not everyone is aware of its existence, and the Russian priest of this church, this is his second main posting. He started in Alexandra Church and then was moved here. So we took part in the evening recitals in it, and it's very eloquent. The Russian military and political expansion is quite obvious the whole way, and I remind you, it's in the building of a working kindergarten. All the kids walk through the hallway. Of course, most of the inhabitants of this Garadok are the families of the servicemen of the military base, but nevertheless, there are quite a few locals as well. So these are the photographs lining up the hallways of it's Putin, Serge Sargsyan, some people in uniform. There is also military material displayed there. And the name is quite characteristic of this church. Until most recently, in the course of our fieldwork, we understood that this image of the matron is becoming increasingly more ubiquitous in Armenia, even in various vernacular sanctuaries. You can see the icon of matron. The Moscow matron replacing Nicholas, the Wonder Worker, is quite characteristic. When I discussed with my colleague from Petersburg, Zhanna, who was studying matron's cult, she said the keyword here is Moscow, not the matron, since this is reaffirming the supremacy of Moscow. And the same is visible in Yerevan. In the Kanakir church, there is a special corner set aside for the Moscow matron. This is the evening mass. The inside of the church is almost empty. It was only the priest's family and no one else. This is indicative of the fact that these churches are not in high demand. This is the contemporary interior of Alexandra's church. This is an interesting photograph, a gift from the former mayor of Gyumri to the Nicholas the Wonder Worker's church before it was transformed as a gift. It still stays there. And another image from Gyumri. They also have the half-completed church, which is called Saint Arseni. It's located in the so-called Kazachi post. This was not operational until most recently. Most of the Gyumri people perhaps were not even aware that it was consecrated by the Russian church, and they get it ready to reopen. And like the stele here says, they will build a monument to the fallen Cossacks. It will soon be converted to yet another edifice affirming Russian coloniality. A few words about Vanadzor. Vanadzor here is somewhat falling out of the pattern because first and foremost, today Vanadzor mostly is outside of the Gyumri Yerevan axis, and the church there for a long time was without a priest. They had quite a few challenges in rebuilding it, but it was eventually rebuilt. The priest there, and it's interesting, is from Ukraine. He is a local Armenian who has a dark past, semi-criminal past, as opposed to the Gyumri and Yerevan priests who have been educated in Russia or are ethnic Russians. This person simply spent several years in Ukrainian monasteries and came there from, and it's obvious his marginality. He almost has no contacts with the Russian priests, and I detected that they have some tense relations. And although this church is in downtown Vanadzor, in a park, in a place close to entertainment centers, but it doesn't have a separate environment of its own. It's obviously marginalized, perhaps also because of this Ukrainian connection. This is the Vanadzor church. I will now move on to Yerevan. This is the Saint Virgin Veil Pokrov Church in Kanaker district of Yerevan, which was rebuilt already in the post-Soviet period. And as you see, a small annex was built, which is now used as a nunnery. There are several nuns residing there. Nuns is the proper word for it, yes. And what's interesting here is that the Russian military base in Kanaker is no longer quartered there. They moved, although there is a monument to Cossacks, but they're quite at a distance from the church and they're not in the same visual space as the church. Nevertheless, when for Russian TV they filmed a video, I will not screen it to save your time. The anchor started with the Cossacks monument and then moved on to the Russian church, creating the impression that they're in the same setting and complex. At least for the Russian viewers, in the mindset of this Russian journalist, they presented a uniform space. This is the interior during the Sunday Mass and the facade. These are some artifacts from the church, but for lack of time, I will skip reference. The church keeps continually swapping relics with other Russian churches. These are gifts and icons. The iconostas is divided into two parts. The right wing is the Orthodox saints, and the left wing is the Armenian saints, but they were allowed by the Russian church. So there are Armenian saints that are deemed to be eligible by the Russian church. These are mostly Armenian saints. Thaddeus and Bartholomew, the apostles, Saint Shushanik, Saint Nino, which also has a Georgian inscription here, and a few words about another church, newly built, which is the first ever built in the new Armenian reality. It was consecrated in 17. It is called the Saint Cross in Armenian. In Russian, it's called Krestovozdvizhenskoye. Patriarch Alexei took part in consecration with the attendance of high-ranking politicians and clergy, both from Armenia and Russia. It's built on a very interesting site. The popular explanation is on the highway to Echmyazin or the airport, but it's actually next to the American embassy. So the Russian power projects itself next to the American embassy, and it's very inconveniently located. Almost no parish attends the service there. The access to it is very inconvenient. Let's not abuse your patience further. A few more seconds and I'll move on to the conclusions. Most recently, in October 21, a decision was taken to build another church in downtown Yerevan. Discussions are underway to the best of my knowledge, and negotiations about the selection of the church at the location of the Church of Nicholas the Wonder Worker, which was demolished. It's the next step in the post-colonial coloniality, projecting the soft power of Russia, which the Yerevan parish will be established, which never existed before, even in Tsarist time, but today it's already been founded. There's no time to dwell at greater length on that. And one has to acknowledge here that the Russian churches are not only playing a religious function, their presence in the Armenian urban political landscape, first and foremost, is perceived as remnants of the colonial past and history, cites lieu de mémoire, that is, and de facto, secondly, they're used by the coloniality, silent coloniality incarnations in the new neo-colonial reality to attempt to recreate and reestablish the neo-colonialism. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam Antonyan. Before moving to the questions, I would like to remind our online participants in the Zoom platform that you can enter your questions in the chat room or just raise your hands. So the floor is open for questions. Do I understand it right that all Russian churches that are being built are perceived by you as expansion of colonialism? Or could we make a distinction depending on the functional significance thereof or the way they're perceived? For example, you refer to the mayor of Gyumri, that he made a donation to the church or a gift. The gift was to the church because they play around this offspring of Nicholas. Its interpretation may be different from what is ostensibly visible, as well as in the perception or popular perception. So what is your judgment really based on? Is it really perceived as the church being a symbol of colonialism, colonialist expansion? Do I answer now or later? Later. Thank you. Maybe I was not following attentively. I apologize for that in advance. When the Tsar came to participate, did you mention the Tsar's visit at the opening of the Gyumri church? No, I didn't. For lack of time, I skipped a lot of detail because the Tsar's visit was timed to coincide with the consecration of the church in Gyumri. Okay, thank you. But in the text, it's there. There's a reference to this visit, imperial visit. Thank you, Madam Antonyan, for a very interesting presentation. About the most recently built church. If I'm not mistaken, Abrahamian initiated its building. In one interview of his, I read that this is to symbolize Armenian-Russian friendship. So my question is, can we view this in the context of coloniality, or is it somehow camouflaged under it? I have about 20 questions of my own. I have a two-pronged question. The first is the Armenian population in the neighborhood of these churches. What is their attitudes towards these churches? Do they perceive it as an alien encroachment, or do they have a different take on it? And the second part, does the church itself do they exert certain efforts to demonstrate that they're not fully like a Russian? Do they plead some allegiance to Armenia as well somehow? Thank you. Thank you. So let's move on to the third communication of this section by Lilit Gabrielyan from the Yerevan State University History Department, Cultural Studies Chair, postgraduate student. The scope of her academic interest is social anthropology and religious anthropology. She will speak about the formation of a Protestant religious community in the context of urban space.
Thank you. After the Spitak earthquake in 1988 and during the years of the Karabakh movement, active processes taking place in the Armenian religious landscape were distinguished by their diversity. During these years, along with the Armenian Apostolic Church, various religious confessions became more active, including Protestants. If, as a result of the Soviet atheist policy, religious organizations in the former Soviet Union countries If, as a result of atheist policy of the former Soviet Union, religious organizations in the former Soviet Union republics were excluded from public life, the use of broad religious forms in everyday practice, and were marginalized, the collapse of the Soviet Union, as many researchers have pointed out, unexpectedly brought religion into the public sphere, and it is no accident that the period was called the Religious Renaissance. The purpose of this paper is to present how various religious Protestant denominations used the city in the period after the earthquake and during the years of independence of the Republic of Armenia, how the material and physical spaces of the city were transformed for their purposes, and what kind of tools are being used in order to ensure the continuity of their ecclesiastical life. This process are represented in the report by the examples of two Protestant, particularly evangelical and Pentecostal churches. Number of rapidly spreading Protestant denominations in Armenia consider the post-earthquake period and the years of Karabakh movement as the starting point of their activity, when the influence of the Soviet power had weakened, and the Armenian evangelical preachers from the United States, France, Canada, and Middle East, Russia, and from other countries arrived in Armenia. to provide humanitarian assistance, to carry out charitable programs, to preaching the word of God, to spread the Protestant faith, and to build local churches and communities. The first wave started in the city of Yerevan. The city's well-developed infrastructure, physical and material space, population size, densely populated neighborhoods, and social diversity all contributed to religious preaching. The spread of Protestantism in general during this period can be roughly divided into three stages. The missionary or new church preaching phase. This is the missionary phase of building a community in temporary meeting places, and the phase of church building, construction, and the creation of a social networking system. The first one, the missionary or new church preaching stage. Pastors and preachers from the Armenian Protestant communities of the diaspora brought their experience and successful practices used in their countries of residence. Using the material resources of the capital, missionary groups in various neighborhoods, parks, complexes, and other places organized various activities to spread the word of God, preach the new church, develop existing communities, and form new ones. One of such events was the screening of the film Jesus, which lasted for several years in all districts of Yerevan. All equipment for the screening of the film was provided by the Armenian Evangelical Community of USA. In parallel with the screening of the film, conversations were held with the audience, spiritual singing or hymns were sung, religious literature was distributed. As one of the local pastors of the Evangelical Church states, it was a unique opportunity. Hundreds of people gathered, and at the end of the movie, many were moved by the scenes and wanted to show their approach to Jesus Christ. We helped, we talked to them, we distributed religious literature, and many of them are the results or the fruits of these days. Another example of public preaching is by the Pentecostals was the open-air testimony worship services, pastoral sermons, healing, spiritual singing, and praise at the Paros Park, on the bicycle park in the territory of Gyumri Sports and Concert Complex, Tokmantcev Park, and elsewhere. Believers participated in the events with their families, invited their acquaintances, listened to the testimonies of already repented members, visions and stories about their experiences of communicating with God. One of the women who took part in this event and later became a member of the church said that this was the first time she had heard praying in tongues, and I've quoted her. I went to the quoted here. Much of the evidence for testimonies and conversion in the 90s refer cases of being cured of severe mental and physical illnesses of themselves or their relatives. I came to faith when my son, who was born there when there was an evangelization in Paros, we went there. God performed a miraculous healing during the prayer, and our faith becomes stronger. We knew Christ. We believed in the existence of God, but we had no intimacy with the Bible, and that was the reason for us to get closer to the gospel, the word of the gospel. Also, we continue to this day as one of the members of the Church of the Christians of Evangelical Faith in Yerevan, or Pentecostal Church. If in different forms of vernacular religiosity, the case of healing, miracles, requests, and connected with certain sacred places, in the Protestant churches, such phenomena is not connected with any place or different manifestation of folk religious customs. The Gospel says everything is lawful for me, but everything is not useful for me. Everything is possible for me, but I should not be under control of anything. Men should not be attached to idols. We have no connection with any place. Every miracle healing request takes place through the knowledge of God, through faith, communication with God, prayers. As a member of the Protestant Church, Harutyun notes in her article, Religious Development at the Beginning of the 21st Century and Related Realities. In Armenia, the majority of the only Protestant followers rejected certain religious rites performed by the Armenian Apostolic Church, the baby baptism, sacrifices, lighting candles, etc. And by their religious behavior, they hint at the fallacy of the teaching of the Armenian Apostolic Church and the clergy of this church, including the traditions of paying tribute to the preservation of folk customs during the church holidays. The second stage is building of a community in a temporary meeting places. In addition to the missionary work, were highlighted the issues of holding gatherings for the members of the community, the issues of strengthening relations with the members and preachers and the pastoral class. The law on freedom of conscience and religious organization adopted in 1991 on June 17, which legally safeguarded the freedom of consciousness and religion of citizens, defined the rights of religious organizations, regulated their property registration issues, clarified the field of relations between religious organizations and the state, allowed the religious organizations to receive state registration one after the other. The passage of the law on the state registration encouraged freedom of meetings, which, depending on the capacity of the church, took place either in home churches or in temporarily rented meeting places. Before our main church was built, we met twice a week. The first condition was that the community member himself or herself expressed a wish and invited us. And the second condition was that there were amenities in the house, a big living room so that we could fit in. This is what people say about the meetings in the 90s, people who have attended those worships in the 19th. During the meetings, the study of the gospel was important to care about. This work, study groups of 15 to 25 members were organized in community members' homes or meeting places in different districts, overseen by church-appointed officials or ministers. In addition to reading, discussions, interpretation of the various passages of the gospel, and singing religious hymns, there were discussions about the needs and problems of the members of the community, which on the one hand attributed to closer ties between the members of the community and promoted the institution of mutual assistance. Some researchers using the example of Catholic parishes show that social embeddedness is the strongest predictor of religious activities, including sharing faith, Bible study, group involvement, and mass attendance. It should be noted that there are some churches which, after the independence of Armenia, didn't have any home churches, such as Armenian Evangelical Church, which on July 1st, 1994 was registered by the state and had its meetings at Nicol Dumont 22, then at the House of Architects and at the building of the Armenian Missionary Association. Until now, they are located at Bagramian 18, which is the church building of the Armenian Evangelical Church. The third phase of the church building construction and the creation of a social networking system. The third stage is the formation of the community, is the appearance of a church building dominating the physical space of the city and the building adjacent to it and being a means of preaching on a symbolic level. The presence of the church building brings it to a clear system centralizing education of the community, the organization of entertainment, the holding of celebrations, the clarification of religious rights, as well as the distribution of roles and inter-church contacts, or ecclesiastical contacts. That is, building a church chapel means centralizing hierarchy, creating a hierarchy and institutionalizing religious practice. In addition, the church summarizes the first two stages described above, moving the sermon and the formation of the community inside the church building, unlike in the 1990s when churches were a new area using urban space and various street preaching media to gain recognition, visibility, and build community. This toolkit is not used today. Places where the Protestants used to hold mass rallies are now either privatized and owned by different persons or are under the control of the municipality, and permission from the city authorities is required to hold mass rallies there. In other words, today field preaching is under territorial control because the territories themselves are controlled. The strengthening of the state control coincides and correlates with the institutional strengthening of the churches.
Կրոնական քարոզի այժմյան մեխանիզմներն այլ են, ունենալով ձևավորված համայնքներ, եկեղեցիները հենվում են վերջինների սոցիալական կապիտալի օգտագործմանը։
The current mechanism of religious preaching is different. Having established communities, the churches rely on the use of their social capital. First of all, during the sermons, the pastors urge the church members to invite their relatives, acquaintances, friends to the next service. Thus, it seems creating a religious network system. Members of the community conduct preach sermons, give their testimonies, prayers, prophecies, telling people about the present or the future, and also invite them to church holidays and Sunday services. In religious collective literature, social relations are characterized by the fact that they play a significant role in the process of propagation and preservation of new religious movements, sects, and the church. Community members point out that now their main thought, advice is the word of the gospel. Pentecostal churches, especially conservative Pentecostals, which encourage intermarriage within the community, thereby promote community continuity. On the one hand, we may say that inter-community marriages may lead to the marginalization of the community, but it also minimizes interaction with the worldly powers and with non-believers, and thus reduces the possibility of shrinking community. Besides, children who are born in the religious families usually formed through their inter-community marriages are usually brought up in the church, go through all stages of education, and after being baptized, become full members of the community. Another important characteristic is the presence of the churches in different administrative districts of the city. Thus, the presence of those churches Armenian Evangelical Church, in addition to the main church building on Baltimore, has churches in Shengavit and Malatia Sebastian administrative district. The Church of the Gospel Christians has meeting places in all administrative districts of Iran. It is the House of Hope in Shengavit. So the Pentecostal Church has also its presence in all districts of Yerevan. There are churches where community members from time to time gather at home as a remnant of the past to pray together for interpersonal communication, but this is a more specific approach than a common community outreach or church-dictated practice.
Եկեղեցական շինությունների առաջացման կարևորությունը քննարկելիս պետք է նշել նաև
When discussing the importance of the emergence of church buildings, it should also be noted the separation of churches from each other. Today, 67 religious organizations are officially registered in Armenia, including Apostolic, Catholic, ethnic minority churches, Protestant denominations, and religious charitable organizations. If the religious organizations of the Apostolic, Catholic, and national minorities of the Republic of Armenia are mostly registered under one name, in case of the Protestant denominations, they are various. This phenomenon depends on the fact that many of the Protestant churches have separated from the original churches. The reasons for separation are different, such as theological differences, separation due to conservative modern disputes, or it's conservative liberal dispute and discourse. To this point belongs mainly the Pentecostal Church, which is officially registered in the form of more than 15 separate communities. On Hungarian presence, the scale of the Pentecostal charismatic churches, which goes from hyper-hierarchical to hyper-marginalized. The modernity section within the church or the liberal section within the church often separates from the conservative church and forms a separate community or a church. It is also due to the pastor's desire to have their own church, which they interpret as given by their dream or vision. The separation of the pastors from the original church and the creation of a new church is accompanied by the realities of moving to a new area, performing under a separate name and building a church, for example. The first pastor of the Evangelical Church of Armenia, Levon Bardakchan, according to his vision, separate from the Evangelical Church of Armenia together with the Discussant in 1994 in November 25, moving to Valashan 2012, founded the Evangelical Church of Yerevan, and he works separately. The discussion of church segregation in this report is so important that the tools used to build a community of religious preaching since the post-earthquake period and in post-Soviet Armenia are the same for some churches as they initially functioned as unified churches. Summing up the discussion of the practice of Protestant community formation during this study period, I should mention that I tried to show by the example of the city of Iran the initial mechanisms used by the church in the context of urban space changed over this time. So, you know that the Protestant church is well known for their missionary practices, and we know that in Armenia, their spread in Armenia in the 19th century was done by the missionary organizations and individual missionaries. Institutional strengthening of the churches coincided with the strengthening of the state. Therefore, the religious practices have been concentrated within the church buildings. Today, these Protestant churches are well-established institutions, and they can ensure their continuity based on the use of social capital by involving new members through social networks. Thank you very much. If you have questions, please. I have 3 questions. Let me ask all of them. How do you use the word Protestant? Why? Secondly, the evangelical church started after the evangelical church actually found many places in Yerevan after the earthquake in Spitak. In 1946, we already had an evangelical church in Gyumri and Yerevan. You probably said that, but I didn't hear that. You use the word spatial in your topic. What does the topography show? What is your conclusion? Where is the map? And the 4th question. The diversity of the evangelical churches and their interrelations are important for us to understand whom you consider evangelical, whom the Apostolic Church considers to be evangelical, and what of the denominations, or which of the denominations consider themselves to be evangelical. The name is not determined by you, but the way it is used and expressed should be researched. How many names the evangelical churches have? Different names. And does the center of the evangelical church accept, or the headquarters of the evangelical church accept them as being evangelical or not? Paros is in Malatia Sebastia district. The velodrome or the velodrome is in a different place. Is it a folk name, or do they use it as the name of the church? It should be cleared. On Nardos Street, we have a church, or used to have. And the other one is a matter of interpretation. How the community is being propagated. So, how do they develop and spread? So this is my next question. Thank you for interesting presentation. I have 2 questions. You said that there was street evangelism or missionary work, and then they have replaced that by other forms of preaching. For example, I would like to know whether they have clearly mentioned that they do not belong to the mainstream, to the Armenian Apostolic Church, to their constituency, or not attending those film shows. And also, what are the relations between different evangelical communities and Protestant communities in Armenia? I would like to know that as well. You have said that we have 67 religious organizations registered in Armenia. Do you remember them? I wanted actually to know whether we have a Zoroastrian community or not. Secondly, do we have an Islamic community, and whether they're registered or not? And I would also like to know whether there is a registered Yazidi religious community. It is somewhat beyond the subject of your research, but nevertheless, because you have studied everything, I would like to know from you about this. Thank you very much. So we are now moving to the last presentation. Presentation by Aragulyan, 4 folk saints in Gyumri, from Hazarashan Armenian Research Hub, and the topic of his research is about 4 folk saints in Gyumri. 4 popular saints in Gyumri, please. 4 folk saints. I should start with introduction. During the ethnographic field studies, when I was staying overnight in Gyumri, I had the feeling that Gyumri is a good place to collect ethnographic memories. Specifically in December, I was attracted by the villages. The distance is not far, but there was a kind of risky feeling, adventurous feeling. The sun was barely visible above the gray skies, but nevertheless the snow and ice were melting, and in front of your eyes a track was losing the reality, and at that time you realized that the risk is not just your imagination but a real threat. So you had to go to the village, to arrive there not earlier than 11 o'clock in order not to actually enter their houses as unwanted guests, but also to return before the sunset. So interviews, photographs, observations, you had very little time left for all this. I was making the same choice when I was staying in Amasya or Arctic. I was attracted by villages difficult to access. And then I was visiting also folk shrines. I knew from my previous experiences that there would be days then it would be impossible to leave the city, and at that time Gyumri would become the field for ethnographic studies and collecting data, and I would be able to save a very valuable day of my secondment to the city. So I will be presenting you what I have learned about the folk saints, and also provide you with my comments of this data. I do not want to limit myself only to Gyumri, and probably it is impossible to forget also preceding and succeeding folk materials. This is just a justification from my side, because I cannot say that I know all the shrines, folk shrines in Gyumri. I have done my last interview on the 4th of this month, and I didn't go to Saint Avo, in quote unquote. I have heard about Avo from my penultimate interviewee, who said that they visited the Saint Avo's place. So the two shrines are in the Zori Maila, one in Zori Bogas, and the fourth shrine is in Textile district, in the yard of building number 22. So please, picture number 1. Sorry, yeah, this is the picture. Thank you. We are in Zori Maila, and you see this small house, this box. There is a small vegan-type domik next to it. After the earthquake, it's a place of dwelling for people, a vegan. So the owner of the house and her neighbor agreed to talk to me about this. Then we were joined by her husband. So after the earthquake of 1988, it was built by one of the descendants of this saint. So he came from Moscow, demolished the ruins, cleaned from the ruins the area of his paternal house, and built this house. And it is not because the person had no money, and the others have helped him to build this house, not because he didn't have sufficient money to build it on his own, but in order to contribute to this. Before that, this shrine was again between the place of the two houses that belonged to two brothers, next to the wall separating the two plots. So to my question whether it's a saint known to every people in Gyumri, he said yes, but it's our paternal saint from our grandparents. So we have heard this grandfathers or paternal several times, used with different meanings. In some cases, it was the justification of the worship, why we do this way and that way. So in Zori Maila, on November 24, 2011, this interview was done. Let me explain why I use the word saint and write it with capital letter. One of my goals is to separate the scientific vocabulary from the popular vocabulary, because the words with a similar meaning could represent different worldviews. In some cases, I have warned my interviewees that he should or she should not talk to me in a language that is clear for me. It's better to talk in their own dialect because it is important for me. You can use those words, and if you are not careful with plagiarism, when you later on hear the recording, you may feel that it is natural that they use the words holy shrine, holy place, or holy gospel word expressions, and it is very difficult to discern whether you have actually suggested or imposed this, or it was his or her natural vocabulary. We can go to the center of the village and ask two types of questions. For example, do we have any saint in the village? Yes, for example, there is a red gospel in this house. Or you can come to the same person and says, do you have a holy gospel in the village? And he would say that there is red gospel in that house It may seem that you have asked the same question, but I will try to make a hypothesis why we have two different worldviews under the same words or similar words. A teacher of the school in Tlahkavan village in Aragatsotan region about the resurrection. In 2020, the Gospel is called the Holy Book, and it may actually veil the reality. And it may seem that the Saints' book is called Gospel, as they called the Merel Harot's book in Gyumri. Above the shrine there is a house. Rosa, the owner of the house, is 83 years old. Slide number 3. This is the design of the shrine inside this sacred place, and please show also Rosa. We have her picture as well. She was 83 years old and she had lost 5 of her children already. Merel Harot, the Gospel belongs to his uncle, maternal uncle. And you know that in Armenia we use pache pach, expression which is escaping from the genocide. They brought this Gospel to Gyumri. The hair of the uncle brought this Gospel. He then took off and went to Moscow and took the Gospel with him. We have a controversy here. There are some places where it is prohibited to move anywhere the Gospel, but at the same time, if needed, they can move. And this is not what they actually say. It is my interpretation as the interviewer, by following the facts they present and following their logic and arguments. On the next day, on the 25th, if I would translate into any language the terms used by my interviewees, we will have cognitive dissonance. We have in Armenian Surp Astvatzatzin Church, then in parentheses Surp Yotverk, and then in Russian Svitoy Astvatzatzin Bogorodicev, in parentheses. We may say that the church was concentrated building of the Merel Harot's Gospel. It is quite clear as opposed to the direct speech, because in the direct speech you have some controversy. What they say, the priest has consecrated this saint or the sacred place or the shrine. We try to interpret then it for ourselves, and we try to put it in grammatically correct and understandable expression, as I presented just one sentence before. We also find some other expressions. It is again about Merel Harot, where the interpretation distorts the understanding about the saint. They came and entered the saint. Can you understand what they say? Son of the owner of this house goes to paint. He attends an art school. So the words are quite direct. He is painting inside the saint. I should have interpreted those. Otherwise, you would consider me to be ignorant, because grammatically it is not understood well in Armenian. I mean, how a saint can have an inner part. So how can you paint inside the saint? But this is absolutely in line with the world view that we have. But we may also miss what saint means in the popular Christianity, in the folk Christianity. It's okay because we do not understand many things. We can also miss this one as well. From I cannot express it better than Jonathan Smith when he speaks about the difficulties of interpretation. I don't mean translation from one language to another, but interpretation of the folk language into scientific language. What Smith says. What does Smith say? This expression, I will tell you which expression is that. This expression is rejects the value of cognition and the truth of interpretation. It exists in the Pierre Borges Menar's world, where the fairy tale should be told 2 times, because the word can be interpreted and translated by the same word. If we follow Borges's hero, the best way is to repeat, and the best interpretation is actually the word itself. So I have only 5 minutes, let me then speed up. This expression of Smith is about my personal argument about this interpretation. When you translate the popular language or the folk language into scientific one, you have to understand the meaning of the word in the cultural context, otherwise we will never realize that we talk 2 different languages. The books used for the Armenian Apostolic Church rituals are being blessed by the bishop. This is what we have. Then the book becomes a miraculous one. It could be kissed and it becomes a saint. Citation from Simonian. The book may have an adjective. It could be the resurrection gospel or the red gospel or some other gospel. And my interviews were saying that it is saint, and saint is not an adjective but rather a noun. And the book is saint, the house is saint, the building is saint or sacred, and they are saying we went and have seen the saint. In Gyumri I learned about 3 saints, and the interview said that they were going to textile saint shrine, and in the yard of the building number 22 there is a small place where they were lighting candles. Oren Palyan, who was collecting Armenian spiritual hymns, was living across that shrine. So a neighbor came to the house, to the owner of this shrine, in order to show the pictures of his ancestors, in order to show that this belongs to him. And my interviewee was saying that the neighbor has hung a curtain behind the door. And why is this conflict? They went to Tokmantcev near the village Azatan to have a sacrifice. And he said, please, dear saint, have a good eye on us and we will definitely take care of you. So, and actually providing services and taking care of this shrine is a way of making him kind to yourself. And this is an example of a saint that doesn't have a name. Everyone considers Zori Bogas saint to be his or her own. Someone recalls that his mother was saying that it's our houses, our homes saint, patron, but was not saying that this is our saint. and old residents are saying that it doesn't belong to anyone, but they come to light some candles. This is a big rock on which walls have been erected, and this saint can punish. So a wall was erected or garage was posted, and the saint visited that person in dream and said that the punishment is irrevocable unless that person demolishes what he or she has built. He didn't, and 3 sons and a grandchild died, and he sold his house and left. So the neighbor or daughter-in-law of the neighbor also passed away. Another one became blind. So the interviewee, whose house was next to this Zori Bogas shrine, so it should be a big stone. So the interview is telling that here my brother-in-law became sick and then was healed. He was a person with disability with motoric difficulties, was not able to stand or move. They went to Saint Minas, to this place. They took him on a stroller, and then he came back on his own feet. And this is a healing place. Stories of the old and the new, the narratives about this are playing the role of the law. So they actually legitimize those saints, also show their powers and relations with the people, and to what extent they're accepted by the others. There are some stairs near the bridge of the 50th anniversary of the victory, and if you go down by those stairs, you will find the Saint Minas, and there are some small crosses there, and this place is in this shape. They have destroyed the building, and there is a new shrine built. The benefactor is living in Russian Federation. Okay, my time seems to be over. The house, the former house was destroyed, and then a new one was built. The benefactor lives in Russia. He learned about the saint in his dream because he left Gyumri when he was 15 or 16. The prelate of diocese, Archbishop Hakobyan, told me about this. I have only 1 page left. 2 minutes. How much do I have? The summary is on the last page. 2 minutes, if I may. Many people have actually violated the time, and you're being only strict. You're policing only me, in a sense. So, you have folk and ecclesiastical traditions. So the church demolished the folk shrine and built a chapel instead. I don't need to say that even the folk religion is larger than simply folk Christianity or popular Christianity. So, the Church of Seven Wounds, or Yotverk, is the most popular church in Gyumri, for example. And being being folk church doesn't mean that it is popular. In case of 7 Vuns, it is the most popular. And the last sentence. And we can say that it is folk if it is built by the people. For example, Saint Hovannes is the shrine which is the most popular among the people. And the Church of 7 Vuns is also one of the most popular churches, but it is not a folk shrine. If it is established and built by the people, then it means that it is folk. It is a folk saint. If it is established or built by the official church, it could be popular but never folk. And closed or ruined ecclesiastical buildings could be revived by the people and turned into shrines, into saints, as they would say. Thank you. And when you are taking the floor, the time is flying. That's true. So now let's move to the Q&A. I have one technical question. So the saint or the shrine which is located next to the building, how is it called? Oh, it's textile. We showed you the building. It's picture number 2. You see also the curtain installed by the neighbor. It is an old saint, old shrine. It is called textile saint or textile shrine. Yes, they came to level the yard after the first earthquake was built in 1926. So the district was built in 1926, then they changed the master plan. The master plan was Tamanians, and then after the earthquake they have changed it again. Then textile factory was built, and then this building was built. And when they were leveling the yard, the person who was driving the excavator, operating the excavator, said that I'm not going to do it. Please collect the questions and you answer to all questions at the end, not now. Answers to the questions at the end.
I
thought I have to answer. Because we talk about the urban saints, and you talked also about some rural saints. What is the difference between urban and rural saints? Any other question? We all know that many saints as architectural inventions are being renovated by some people, being rebuilt by some people, and the question is follows. Does it change the status of the shrine or saint when it is being rebuilt or being renovated or restructured? Does it lose its popularity, or the popularity increases, or it remains unchanged after the renovation? So after the renovation, or if it is demolished, the recovery or building anew. So do they also have an influence over the status of that building? Thank you very much. Now we're moving to the discussion. Alexander Agadjanian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I grounded my comments on what I read. I had the texts before the conference, so as far as I understand, there was no much differences. Well, and the speakers followed the written text, so that's would be easier for me to follow this, of course. The first presentation by Simon Hmayakyan was mostly archaeological. I'm not. I don't have much competence on commenting on this kind of stuff. So the only thing that I was thinking about a question: how do you? What are your interpretations? Where your interpretation comes about the sect, the special sect that has emerged at some point, and what was the correlation of this sect with the state religion, as you say, the state religion of the Kingdom of Van and things like that. So, and why the potteries and these special burials in the pitos, in the potteries, has been interpreted as the proof of a special sect in that. So that's all that I can bring up on this first presentation. Now, Yulia Antonyan, about coloniality, silent coloniality. The idea is clear. The religious structures, in this case the Russian Orthodox churches, are the form of soft power that goes along with the hard power, military and political, and thus supports the colonization. Yulia gives a history of Russian colonial advance in Armenia in the 19th century, and then a classic form of expansion by the sword and the how do you say the sword and the gospel or whatever, and the cross. Yeah, this is the right. The sword and the cross, found everywhere in the European history, by the way, in European colonial history. And then Yulia finds the same kind of soft power in the expansion of the new church structures of the Russian Orthodox Church. But I don't think that we can stop at this point with this kind of comparison. On the one hand, yes, we have the powerful growth of Russian imperial claims, and we know now what's going on in Ukraine and things like that. The second thing is that post-secular era is indeed the return of religion into the public space. We know that. That is into the urban space, of course. In Russia, the incredible growth of it, the construction of the churches, we know that the public visibility is undeniable. But so it is in Armenia as well, with the dominant Armenian Apostolic Church. The political ambitions are obvious in both cases. The physical presence and visibility correlates with the political ambitions and the drive to national, the national assertion, self-assertion. On the other hand, the 21st century and the 19th century are different times in terms of the religious presence and religious agency. We cannot just say that it's the replica of the same trend that was back 200 years ago. Churches are now built not for people whose devotion and the level of practices are very low, both in Russia and in Armenia. Churches are public markers. I call it sometimes semiotic religion. It's a semiotic statement. Unlike the 19th century, when they had practical purpose and real attendance, at least for the Russian troops and Cossacks and things like that. But what are these new messages? Are they colonial? There are two examples, the new message by the construction, by the structure of the church. There are two examples that make me doubt. First, There was a huge new Russian Orthodox Holy Trinity Church built in the very center of Paris, in France, in 2016. Can we call it a sign of colonial expansion or something like that? Second, in Moscow, there is a huge Armenian cathedral Transfiguration, this new one that was consecrated in 2013. And there are actually a big number of Armenian apostolic churches built across Russia in many cities in the 2000s and 2010s, in the same place as the same pace as the Russian Orthodox churches. About 120 Armenian churches in Russia right now. It's just the expansion. Can we call it a sign of colonial expansion? Or now back to the balance of the Armenian and Russian saints in the iconostasis of Kanaker. That was very interesting example, and of course I was there. We were actually together with Yulia at some point in Kanaker Church. This combination of Armenian and Russian saints in the iconostasis, interesting. It may be seen as a sort of semiotic adjustment to the fact of presence in different cultural milieu, and a sort of semiotic game, and the statement of post-secular ecumenism or post-confessionalism, but the fact that it is the Russian church that plays the semiotic game reflects the fact that the Russian church has always been indeed a kind of a imperial national or pretended to be. Now it's changing. It has been changing right now, by the way. But still, there was this kind of idea of the imperial universalistic ambitions that was very different from the Armenian church, from the Greek church, or even Georgian. My question here is that whether the balance between this Armenian and the Russian saints and elements is not a kind of a mixture, entanglement, kind of flexible border of canonicity in this case gives the possibility of this kind of semiotic game rather than colonial interpretation. Now, Lilit, the next paper by Lilit, this great study, kind of presentation, an overview of the emergence and the development of Protestant communities, and very interesting periodization, the street level, then the internal gatherings, and then the kind of institutional, right? Institutional frame. What lacks here, in my view, is first, to distinguish between various traditions. And somebody raised this question even before. The Protestants is too general, of course, and we need to understand that the Pentecostals and charismatic groups have a much wider claim, maybe. We need to explain why. We need to understand what are the social groups who tend to join these different Protestant groups and things like that. This is related to the theory of social embeddedness that the author is referring to. This is the first thing. The differences and the particular correlation with some particular groups within the Protestant groups, Protestant churches. Second, what comes next? To problematize I suggest you to further problematize the whole thing, the whole research. To explore why and how these churches challenge the dominance of the Armenian Apostolic Church. Here, I would suggest the Bourdieu's theory, Pierre Bourdieu's theory of religious field and hegemony. But again, empirically, you need much more first-hand data and interviews to understand what are the main discourses of self-understanding and self-perception of these groups vis-a-vis the Apostolic Church and the kind of declarative religiosity of the dominant church. Because related to this, the reaction to the larger society or to these groups, and the question of how these groups are included and interpreted in the public imagination of the wider society, and how this image shapes their own place. And third, I would make more emphasis on the forms of urban visibility, which is what the conference would suggest to explore our conference here. Here, the intersection of three fields or paradigms in recent scholarship: urban studies, space studies, post-secular studies. There is a book, for example, the Post-Secular Cities, Space, Theory and Practices, 2011, that was one of the first to explore this kind of urban aspect of the urban visibility of the of religion. It may have various aspects, from architecture to their presence in the social work, creating communities, entering the public space, so that's and also whether this street we need to check whether the mechanism of conversion, that's another thing, the conversion that was most prominent, most visible during the first street level that you call street level, stopped. Did it stop the conversion process? So the churches are being routinized in effect, and this kind of impulse, first impulse of conversion has stopped, maybe. And the last, a few words about the last presentation by Ara. That was kind of interesting methodological auto-reflection in the beginine. A scholar is trying to understand what is Surp. He says that's a big problem. Surp is a place, Surp is a shrine, Surp is a book, Surp as a gospel. What else? Surp as a stone, Surp as a dream, and when it comes in the dream, the Surp can speak, right? And speaking, and then that's to warn, suggest, and so. And a scholar is trying to hear the respondents, but to abstain from speaking with the respondents. That is a huge methodological question, of course, because while speaking, we provoke, we give hints, we provoke the respondent of changing vocabulary so that we could understand. That's a good. So what is Surp finally? And this is a crucial question in anthropology, the translation from the imic to the ethic, from the language of respondents to the language of observer. Ara says that Surp is really everything: a place, a book, a small house, something that comes in dreams, and Tukmanuk. And so what? This kind of fusion of materiality and imagination, and I would add also a state of mind, emotive state, a fusion of material objects, symbolic power, imagination, and emotions. So all together. This brings me back to the book by Lucien Lévy-Bruhl that was published exactly 100 years ago in 1922. The book by French philosopher and ethnologist Lévy-Bruhl that was called Mentalité primitive. Mentalité primitive. But now, of course, this title kind of sounds politically, very politically incorrect and even impolite. Mentalité, primitive mind, примитивное мышление, and very ethnocentric and things like that. But in fact, Lévy-Bruhl was against this Western arrogance, and he was saying that the other people should be understood as different, with a different logic. And here there are two things, two features of this mentalité primitive. La mentalité prélogique, pre-logical. Different things are included into one single logic unit, one single word. So there is no problem in naming different things with one word, like Surp. There is no problem with that, since everything is included in one. And this is one thing. And the second feature, mentalité mystique, that is relying upon special anti-intuitive emotional experience, like in dreams, for example. So interesting that I made this kind of comparison that came to mind, Lévi-Breuil's very old theory. And also the second topic here, maybe not developed by Ara, is authority and legitimation. Here, like in politics and in all kinds of relationships, we have a fundamental tension between the institutional and popular vernacular types of legitimation. And this tension includes both collaboration and contradiction. In this case, the church does bless the surp, but the church also prohibits the vernacular form of legitimation of the surp, the dreams. So this is kind of dialectics in the symbolic interaction, which is very crucial and interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Agadjanian.
Unfortunately, our time is up, but I cannot not provide the keynotes an opportunity to answer the questions. I would like to request everyone to select just one question you would like to answer, and you may answer the rest of the questions over lunch, because we really have no time for it. Let's say 3 to 4 minutes to answer just one question each. You may begin. 3 or 4 minutes. I heard an interesting comment by saying the sect. I used the word sect in quotes. I emphasize that. As to what it is, I really do not have earnestly a very good perception. When we were speaking about this, we're talking about 7th, 6th centuries, where in the region, the great religious philosophical revolutions emerged here, beginning with Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and all the way to Olympic pantheon formation, 6th, 7th centuries. So these issues pertain to that period. So during my studies, it emerged that the old Indo-European teaching that was later called Zoroastrianism, by a very similar model in Musasir in the southern Armenia, a similar trend appears. Every innovation seems that intended to merge with the state religion. I'm not very certain that the state religion accepted or embraced that. What I mean to say is that the Pagmashma goddess became Ahura Mazda, Haldi became Mitra, but in the classical format, we learned this from a much later period, when Haldi joined with the junior Mitra. So this mechanism prevailed. New ideas spread in the region also through the Van Kingdom. One of the messages of my communication was how the Eurasian official religion somehow confronted these innovations, novelties. History demonstrated nonetheless that they still merged, blended, because they survived. If we're talking about Karas burials, if my take on the Karas burials is right, then they survived through the Hellenic period. So the notion sect was used in quotes. I didn't have a better term for it. Thank you. Thank you. Yulia Antonyan. In order to save time, I will answer several questions, Vagan, Garik, and partially Arik's questions, because they were close in their essence. I agree that religion in general is a multifunctional, multifaceted phenomenon. So if I took just one aspect of coloniality, this doesn't mean that the remaining aspects were non-existent. It's of course understandable that the issue of a genuine religious sentiment has to be looked at if we look at the phenomenon in general terms. Today, the Orthodox Church adepts are growing, and there is a lot of ethnically Armenians in it due to a whole range of various reasons. The motivations are different. This is another issue that contains a lot of depth in it. I know that Anatolii has attempted to look into it. I also have materials to this effect. This is still asking to be studied. I only looked at the coloniality aspect and its material incarnations. I was interested in the materialism of the Orthodox Church. Why did that call silent coloniality? Because the materials do not speak, they're not human. Their speech is purely symbolic, and trying alongside this to interpret this, you reveal things that people may not have voiced given the chance. So it's clear that this could camouflage the interpretation of the be camouflaged under the guise of Armenian-Russian friendship or religious sentiment. This discourse that the Orthodox Church is more spiritual, it invokes more genuine religious sentiments. Such a discourse also exists. There is another question, answer to Alex's question. Who is doing all this? Who is financing? In whose interest is this religious materiality expansion? And when we start to dig deeper into this question, we see, I skipped, maybe I should have raised this. What is the main financing agency? It's the Rosgossотрудничество, which is financing the expansion of religious materiality. We see also here immediate interventions from Russia proper. And secondly, when we talk about whether the Armenian cathedral in Moscow or the Russian church in Paris represent coloniality, we could look at it from various aspects. The word colony itself has many layers. Armenians often call their community colonies. The diaspora communities, Armenians are calling colonies. So this word has more than one stratum of meanings, and one should also consider the number of followers, the number of Armenians living in Moscow and the number of Orthodox believers in Armenia. Is this in proportion to the materiality of that? The number of real believers should...
We can say about the Armenian colonial agenda in Russia.
I would not say this, but if we go deep into the question, so why not? Maybe. So this is a subject for different studies. So I'm not going to answer this question right now. And
there is this little thing that I would like to add and conclude. I want to thank for very interesting questions to begin with. I also wanted to protrude and emphasize the subject of coloniality, because it's clear that today there are various political leverages that are used to convey this. Religion is simply one such lever in the toolkit, maybe the least significant perhaps. There are no thunderous statements accompanying this or declarations made, but this is one of the most effective levers because the number of adepts is rising. We see also interesting cultural interpretations of orthodoxy, I've just begun scratching the surface of this subject, so I expect quite interesting revelations and findings. Thank you. Thank you, Antonyan. Lilit. I will attempt to consolidate all questions. I will not answer everyone. There are quite a few questions that were interrelated, and I will follow the same logic. The evangelical or Protestant term, they are to be looked at in the historical context. My purpose was to present the period following the Karabakh movement and Spitak earthquake. As for the terminology and the questions that we also have in the chat, these more pertain to the pre-Soviet period. In general, the term evangelical, its use is quite interesting because various churches nowadays, a law was enacted in 1946 that all Protestant churches can operate only under the aegis of Baptist Church. So they all unite. Already in the 60s, the new movement emerges. New evangelists come from abroad, and there are also homegrown, formally joined evangelical church split back again. And after this division, this side of 91, when they start to register, they take the name, the qualifier evangelical, using it for state registration. Most of these churches use the word evangelical, but they are quite distinctly different. For example, the evangelical is there, but the other names differ in the only thing that unites them is the qualifier evangelical. As for 1946, yes, in Nardos, the Baptist evangelical church operates. They started from the Pentecostal. The Pentecostal also originated from the Baptist, and the Pentecostal that in the 60s had a major revival and rebirth, also splintered into a whole number of other Pentecostal churches that are still qualifying themselves as evangelical. The main Pentecostal in the 60s was the Evangelical Christians Church, which then splintered to the Word of Life, the Vernaton, and the remaining charismatics. And the Paros, that is beacon, is what the popular moniker is of all these. Paros for them used to be the most important site. It was large, it was far from the beaten path, it was wooded. They said we were fleeing the KGB, but in the 90s we all understand the KGB was no longer there. It's just the selection of the site was also explained by staying away from the beaten path hidden. That's it in a nutshell. Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions and the discussions. I will answer the question. Yeah, first I answer the questions, right? 3 to 4 minutes. Julia's question, it is very interesting. What makes an urban saint different from a rural saint? In this particular case, the saints of Gyumri are no different from the Gyumri saints. Both have the issue of legitimacy. One is the narrative, the background of the saint, which is the first condition of legitimacy. What does mean 4 people die within a single year? It's for a believer, for a faithful, it's corroborating legitimacy. And then it comes the book, the narrative about the book being a miracle maker, being originated in the Western Armenia, being an ancestral heirloom is already enough for legitimacy. If we look at subspatiality, let's remember where they are. They're only in the old district. Same in Yerevan. Yerevan, being a city, was an agglomeration of little villages. They just merged into a city. There were popular saints in Nork. It was rural. It was not. They were Turks next to the church, and they prevented and did not allow next to them to build a sanctuary. I'll move on to the second question. Please bear with me. After renovation or rebuilding, how does the number, the attendance changes, the weight and the status change? I have not made any measurements, of course, before and after, and I could not possibly have measured what happened before my visit. So they've built that little structure after the earthquake in the Zori Maila. I have not been there prior to this structure being constructed, but I can say one thing. If it's not the duty of the heir may have this commitment and the debt to build a little shed and convert the familial saint into an acceptable, visible structure. If that's not the case in all other cases, the renovation, rebuilding is done only with respect to popular saints and the locations thereof. So it's either heirloom, a debt to the ancestors, or a popularity. In Chorley, I have a case when the heir went and built something. But there are several saints there. There are only 10 households and several saints. I have not measured the change in popularity. So when they built Saint Minas, you cannot measure it, whether it increased the attendance or the parish. So let's reflect on the discussion. There were interesting questions that have been raised for me. When I was talking about translating their language into academic discourse, there are traps there along the way. I remembered, and I've quoted it, Peter Berger's famous quote about methodological atheism. To some extent, you have to be an atheist, or I really am, to be able to translate their discourse into an academic language. This is simply of metaphoric significance for me, although I know that this issue is being discussed to this day. The methodological atheism. I'm asking myself the question, to what extent you need to be methodologically theist to believe in the believer, to understand him? I have no answer to this question either. So when I am saying about that the church and the popular saints cross paths in Saint Minas, that the bishop came, the head of the diocese came and founded a chapel at the place of the popular saint. So, but they also part ways when it comes to the dream. The legitimacy in popular Christianity not only looks at the narrative of the past, but also the dream going on. This is where the church strictly separates itself from the popular Christianity. In order to understand this, I did not need to reflect on theological aspects as to who's interpreting how those dreams. Even if we take the Armenian written sources and the Armenian church, all I had to do is to check kahana.am site and understand how do the priests respond to the online applications. Everyone is asking, how do we treat our dreams? What is the dream, dear priests? And the preacher and the current, I am not referring to the past. There were sophisticated issues in old theology about dreams. The current priest says we do not accept dreams and This is where popular Christianity parts ways with official Christianity. The dream has the major issue of legitimacy. It's not, dream is also speech. I am talking about the speech. If you don't tell the dream, they won't learn about it. The word of the dreamer is law. Had it not been the law, we would not have healers or sanctuaries. A saint breaks down into three. The legitimacy of a saint breaks down into three components: the past, which is also speech, the narrative of the dream, which is also speech, and the object. He's seen something in the dream, they dug up some piece of rock, so that rock becomes a sanctuary. It's the saint of those people, but the community has to accept it. It's not just the statement of whoever dreamt it. But why does the community accept it? That remains to be seen. Another question. When I look at it from the linguistic angle, Holy Scripture, miracle books, in every cases we're dealing with various types of adjectives, types of classes or adjectives are used. I'm trying to understand how are they linguistically using the word saint. They don't say holy book or scripture, they just say saint, surp. I'm going to go beyond that. I would like to understand the surp, the saint. The surp and the saint is a noun and is the synonym of the word God. But I still understand that I fail to understand how do they use the word saint with a capital letter instead of a noun. So there is narrative is speech, the dream is a speech, but then there is the object, the third component. The object doesn't exist without the speech, but the speech without the object also doesn't exist in popular religion. Gramsci said that the popular religion is materialistic, that which you're saying. They do not want to detach or oppose it. It wouldn't, so that it doesn't turn into a ideology of small groups. I apologize. What? Just one more second. Literally 1 second. Yes. Let's give the floor to the bishop, archbishop. The archbishop Ajaparian, that has modern day experience, says that the fate of the people is materialized. There has to be a candle, there has to be a rock. Remember one thing, both the Bible and the people operate under the same principle. It's the word that matters, the speech that matters. In John's Testament, that's how it starts. In the beginning was the word, and the word is the main proof of legitimizing popular Christianity. It's the cornerstone of legitimacy, whether it's a dream or a narrative. Thank you. I apologize. Thank you very much. I do not believe that I have time to conclude, but I thank all of you. I wanted to say that let's adjourn for lunch until 3 p.m. We get back here at 3 p.m. Since we're behind the schedule, please be back right at 3 p.m. Don't be late.
Recording stopped.
Like
Recording in progress.
Խնդրում եմ զբաղեցնել տեղերը, սկսում ենք մեր նիստը։ Մեր 10-րդ նիստը հոբելյանականներ, չէ, դեռ ունենք հետարցունաբերական քաղաքին նվիրված մեր նիստը, սկսելու է Անուշ Ջիլավյանը, ով Երևանի պատմության ֆակուլտետի մշակութաբանության ամբիոնի ասպիրանտ է եւ իր ակադեմիական հետաքրքրությունների կենտրոնում Անուշը միշտ պահում է հենց մարդաբանական տեսանկյունը եւ այդ աչքերով է փորձել նայել Կիրովականին եւ մեզ ներկայացնելու է ձգությունը, որը վերնագրված է Կիրովականից Վանաձոր քաղաքային տարածության փոխակերպումը։ Համեցեք Անուշ ջան։
Ողջունում եմ բոլորին, շնորհակալ եմ զեկուցման հնարավորության համար։ Թեման հետխորհրդային արդյունաբերական քաղաքների, փոքր քաղաքների շարքից հերթական ուսումնասիրություն է, հետազոտությունը իրականացրել եմ 2021 թվականի առաջին կեսին հիմնականում։ Այն փորձ է մարդաբանության շրջանակներում դիտարկել Վանաձորի քաղաքային տարածության փոխակերպումը խորհրդային շրջանից դեպի հետխորհրդային անցման գործընթացում։ Այսինքն հիմնական շեշտադրումը դրել եմ քաղաքի տարածության փոխակերպման վրա, այսինքն ինչպես են մի շարք գործընթացներ խորհրդային փուլից հետխորհրդային անցման ազդում քաղաքի փոխակերպման վրա։ Վանաձորը մի շարք առանձնահատկություններ ունի այս տեսակետից։
Անուշ ջան, խնդրանք ունեմ, կարելի է մի քիչ դանդաղ խոսես, որպեսզի մեր թարգմանիչների գործը մի փոքր թեթևացնի։
Ներողություն եմ խնդրում։ Նպատակն է հետազոտել խորհրդային շրջանից այդ խորհրդային անցման process-ում քաղաքի տարածության փոխակերպումը, վերլուծել եւ ներկայացնել գործընթացը, օրինաչափությունները եւ առանձնահատկությունները։ Այսինքն այն փոխակերպումները, որտեղ են ունեցել Վանաձորում, դրանց մի մասը հենց բնորոշում մյուս խորհրդային արդյունաբերական քաղաքներին եւս, հիմնականում ջոկտաժամներ արդյունաբերական գործարանների փակվել է եւ այլն, եւ խորհրդային կարգերից արդեն հետ խորհրդային կարգերի անցման քաղաքական փոփոխությունները։ Իսկ առանձնահատկություններից կարող եմ նշել օրինակ երկրաշարժը, որը ազդում է մյուս գործոնների վրա եւ պայմանավորում մի շարք տեղային առանձնահատկություններ։ Հետազոտության շրջանակը հանրային տարածքներն են, բնակելի թաղամասերը, քաղաքի մերձակա հատվածը, այսինքն փորձել եմ քաղաքի տարածության մեջ ներառել թե հանրային թե բնակելի մասերի փոխակերպումները։ Պայմանականորեն առանձնացվել է մի քանի փուլեր, խորհրդային փուլը, իր մեջ վաղ եւ ուշ շրջաններ, անցումային շրջանը եւ ժամանակակից փուլը։ Խորհրդային փուլը կարելի ասել վաղ խորհրդային փուլի մի շարք կարևոր իրադարձություններն են 1924 թվականին քաղաքային կարգավիճակ ստանալը, նախկինում եղել է Ղարաքիլիսա ավանը, որը այսինքն եթե ենթադրենք մենք եթե թեման ներկայացվեր քաղաքային տարածության փոխակերպում, կարելի է հենց սկսել խորհրդային շրջանից, բայց կարծում եմ անհրաժեշտություն կա անդրադառնալ նաև նախախորհրդային շրջանին, այսինքն այն ժառանգությանը, որ խորհրդային գիրովականը ստացավ, խորհրդայնացումից հետո մշակվում են մի շարք հատակագծեր, այսինքն ավանը քաղաքի վերածելու նպատակով, այստեղ արտահայտվում արդեն խորհրդային գաղափարախոսությունը, ինչպես քաղաքային տարածության կազմակերպման մեջ եւ քաղաքի զարգացման տեսլական արտահայտվում։ 1935 թվականին գիրովական անվանափոխվում է, ու արդեն անվանման միջոցով հաստատում է հենց իր խորհրդայնությունը, կարելի ասել, նախկին Ղարաքիլիս անվանումը փոխվում է, մշակվում են մի շարք հատակագծեր, դրանց արդեն կանդրադառնամ տարբերություններին եւ վերջնական փուլում կարելի է անդրադառնալ արդեն 1952-53 թվականներին Կիրովի հրապարակի կառուցումը, որը խորհրդային մոնումենտալության հաստատումն է տարածության մեջ։ Ղարաքիլիսա ավանի մասին փոքր ներկայացնեմ։ Ղարաքիլիսա անվանումը իր մեջ փոքր ավան էր, որը հիմնականում երկաթուղային կայարանի շուրջ էր կառուցվել։ Այստեղ մի շարք վայրեր, հանրային տարածքներ պահպանվում են խորհրդային շրջանում։ Օրինակ, հենց Ղարաքիլիսա անվանման ծագումը քաղաքային պատմության մեջ կապվում է եկեղեցու հետ, որը վերակառուցումներ ենթարկվում, նախնական տեսքով այն քարաշեն եկեղեցի էր, քարերի սև գույնի պատճառով ստացել է Ղարաքիլիսա անվանումը։ Այս եկեղեցին կարևոր սիմվոլիկ նշանակություն ունի հիշողության մեջ քաղաքի բոլոր շրջաններին կարելի ասել վերաբերվող։ Եթե նախախորհրդային քաղաքը ամառանոցային վայրերի առկայությունն արդեն կանխորոշում էր քաղաքի հանգստի զբոսաշրջության զարգացման հեռանկարը, ապա վաղ խորհրդային շրջան ձեռնարկումներ կանխորոշում են քաղաքի զարգացումը որպես արդյունաբերական քաղաք, այսինքն նախախորհրդային շրջանում Ղարաքիլիսան կոմունիկացիոն ուղղակի կետ էր եւ այստեղ կային մի շարք ամառանոցներ, որոնք քաղաքին հանգստի գործառույթ էին տալիս, արդեն խորհրդային կարգերի հաստատումից հետո քաղաքի համար սահմանվում է որպես արդյունաբերական նշանակություն, հիմնական շեշտադրումը արդեն քիմիական արդյունաբերություններ, 1933 թվականին գործարկվում է քիմգործարանը եւ այստեղ նկարագրվում է նաեւ Կիրովի հրապարակը, արդեն ամփոփելով խորհրդային շրջանը կարելի է ասել, որ ընդհանուր առմամբ նախկին բնակավայրը նախկին բնակավայրի հետ կապված խորհրդային պատկերացումն է հիմնականում արդյունաբերական զարգացում, սա արտահայտվում է տարբեր նոր հատակագծերի մշակմամբ, երբ որ նախկին օրինակը արդեն չէր բավարարում քաղաքի հնարավոր զարգացմանը, այսինքն նախատեսվում էր ավելի շատ բնակելի տարածքներ, ավելի շատ տարածքներ արդյունաբերական ձեռնարկություններին, այստեղ հատակագծում հարավ-արևելյան մասում նախատեսվում էր ընդլայնել օրինակ քիմիական գործարանը, իսկ քաղաքի արդեն զարգացումը նախատեսվում էր արևելյան մասում որպես բնակելի ավաններ եւ սա արդեն շարունակվում է խորհրդային միության գոյության ողջ ընթացքում, երբ որ քաղաքի բնակելի հատվածները զարգանում են արևելյան ուղղությամբ։ Այստեղ նախախորհրդային ժառանգության հետ կապված նաև նշեմ քաղաքի սոցիալական կազմը։ Քաղաքի բնակչությունը հիմնականում Արևմտյան Հայաստանից տարբեր շրջաններում գաղթած ընտանիքներ էին եւ նախախորհրդային կարգերի հաստատման սկզբում մոտ 6000 բնակչություն ուներ Ավանը։ Արդեն ուշ խորհրդային փուլը պայմանականորեն եմ առանձնացրել երկու մասերը՝ վաղ խորհրդային, ուշ խորհրդային, հաշվի առնելով մի շարք գործընթացներ, որոնք քաղաքի սոցիալական կամ ֆիզիկական տարածության փոփոխություններն են հանգեցրել։ Հիմնականում ուշ խորհրդային շրջան փուլը ավելի
So at the late Soviet period, we have the main time when the city blossomed. There were high rates of urbanization. For example, in 1988, we had 178,000 people living in Vanadzor, in Kirovakan, and the public spaces are being also expanded, and the main residential areas were developed in the eastern part of the city. New leisure and recreational areas have been created, new catering entities, and before the earthquake, there is this idealized image of the city. It's quiet, it's comfortable, it's pleasant. Those adjectives are used to describe the city before the earthquake, and this is also used by the Soviet authorities. They try to combine the chemical plants with a green city, with a place which is very convenient to live. They are trying to combine recreation and chemical production, and mainly it is a young, developing city. And in the context of all this, it is very important to see how the earthquake impacted it. In 1980s, we have the ideal Soviet city model developing in Gyumri, and then the earthquake happens. Several pictures of Kirovakan from that time. So high levels of urbanization actually provided for a large influx from the nearby districts of Stepanavan and Alaverdi, which leads to some changes in the composition of the population. So initially, we had the majority of families who have moved here from the Western Armenia after the genocide, but as a result of urbanization and industrialization, we have mostly people from Eastern Armenia, from northern part of Armenia, specifically from Lori province, from Alaverdi and Stepanavan, critically changing the composition of the population. We have now a more diverse population, and the late Soviet time, we also have repatriation when many of the Syrian Armenians find their refuge in Kirovakan. We may see those changes in changing the landscape of the catering, restaurants, also shops, leisure places, etc., or entertainment places. For example, there is now a restaurant called Aleppo in Vanadzor. So we have also a transitional period which is marked basically by the earthquake. So the impacts are quite evident: demolished or damaged buildings, use of public spaces instead of demolished buildings, new small districts which are basically imposed of temporary shelters, development of and construction of a new district. Some of the hospitals and schools were operating under tent. There were some temporary shelters for several months to dwell in during the Soviet times, built right after the earthquake, but some of them still stand in Vanadzor and still operate. New districts were developed after the earthquake, and some interesting processes take place there. And the end point of this process is building of Taron district in the western part of the city, and this marks the end of the large-scale city construction and development, because after that the population in the city is shrinking. There are also some memories about the earthquake, and Kirovakan was the least damaged among the cities in the earthquake zone. If you compare with Spitak and Leninakan, there were some damages to the residential buildings in one of the districts, and people still remember that in the Soviet times it was promised that the city will recover quickly and it will be expanded and new developments will take place, but the collapse of the Soviet Union changed everything. So the initial optimism that people had after the earthquake and the fact that those expectations were not met leads to a shift from positive to negative memories. And in the last 30 years, actually, people do not see a quick recovery. So those are several examples of the damaged buildings taken right after the earthquake. I would also like to talk about the economic component of the transitional period. This is about the independence time. In 1992, Kirovakan is renamed into Vanadzor. The industrial plants are deteriorating. There are some consequences of the energy crisis in the city. The industrial plants are shut down, and it definitely influences the industrial activity of the city. In the Soviet times, it was clear, and the Soviet propaganda was promoting the idea of Vanadzor as an industrial city. After the earthquake and after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the city lost this specific feature, and no longer it is an industrial city.
Այդ տարածքները արդեն օրինակ ներկամատակարարում չկար եւ վտանգ էին ներկայացնում, այսինքն
Because there was no energy supply, there were some open areas, public areas, which were in the past connected with the time of leisure, with recreation, entertainment. Now, because there was no light, they were rather associated with danger. And there were also some new forms of employment which also impacted the image of the city. The industrial city is losing its main employment opportunity, and people have to find new ways of overcoming those difficulties and providing for their living. Some of them are becoming retailers, they engage in street trade, others engage in agricultural activities. I could call it not urbanization, but rather ruralization of the city. So there was some small-scale agricultural activity in Vanadzor, but after the earthquake after the independence, it takes a new turn, and the scale of those activities is becoming larger and larger. In 2021, the population of Vanadzor is 76,900. So you see that the population has shrunk twice.
Ընդհանուր ճգնաժամը հաղթահարվում է, արդեն սկսում են նոր ձեռնարկություններ եւ այլն, նկատվում է պաշտոնական խոսքում
And after 2021, there are some talks that the chemical industry should be replaced by the textile factory and by IT sector. There are development of new elitar, so to speak, elite residential buildings, which are replacing the former demolished ones. New entertainment and leisure places are being built, reflecting the subculture and sometimes conflicts between different subcultures. And there are some initiatives to restore the green cover of the city. And in the official texts about the development of the city or statements by the authorities, we see that the tourism should be developed in the city. However, people have a larger view and larger vision. It's not only the city of industry and recreation anymore. And I tried to conclude that Vanadzor is still going through the crisis. So those transitional processes of the Soviet Union, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, influence significantly perceptions that we have in the city, but there is an attempt to overcome this by creating new subcultures in the city, more positive and bright ones. Probably I should stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Diani. You finished even earlier than expected. I would like to give time for questions. Thank you for an interesting presentation, but I have the following question. You had early and late Soviet time, two periods. You were talking about developing the cultural image of the city. For example, in the early stage, what kind of cultural institutions were built to also determine the cultural image of Vanadzor, and what were the institutions that were put in place at the late Soviet period, and how do they have contributed to it? So please make a comparison. If there are no more questions, I would like to ask one. Ani, you stated that people in the city were saying that they see the future not only as industrial or recreational city, but also other options are now defined. So please talk about those other alternatives if possible. Our next speaker is Garik Atanasyan. Garik is also cultural anthropologist working in the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography of the National Science of Academy of Armenia. He looks at the tourism, memory, and urban anthropology. We will look again at the changes of the image and urban identity of Vanadzor in the context of post-industrial transformations of the city, please. Thank you very much. I have prepared my presentation in English, so I will switch to English. Ինչպես ներկայացվեց, իմ հետազոտության հիմնական թեման Վանաձորի կերպարի եւ քաղաքային ինքնության փոփոխություններն են քաղաքի
was accompanied by a significant increase in the urban population, the emergence of new cities, and the development of social engineering and municipal infrastructures in cities. Vanadzor, the third largest city in the Republic of Armenia, the administrative, economic, and cultural center of Lori province, stands out among those cities. Vanadzor was known as Harakilisa and its foundation during the days of the Russian Empire. Following the Sovietization of Armenia, the city was named Kirovakan in 1935 after the Russian Bolshevik leader Sergei Kirov. In the Soviet years, Kirovakan ranked second. In the Soviet years, Kirovakan ranked second after the capital in terms of industrial potential. Kirovakan, like other newly founded cities in the USSR, were oriented towards specific narrow economic goals and objectives and were more connected to the industries and cities of the former Soviet republics than concentrated on the local economy. This created a serious imbalance in the spatial development of Armenia, limiting the adaptation opportunities of cities after the collapse of the United Economic Complex of the USSR. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, a similar fate befell Kirovakan, all industrial establishments of which stopped their operations, causing the city to scramble, finding new economic bases to build the development on. The city also suffered from the Spitak earthquake, the Artsakh War, and the difficult socio-economic situation. After the collapse of the USSR, urbanization rates dropped in Armenia, which was a result of mass out-migration of population and decrease of natural growth. Vanadzor has also experienced and still is undergoing population decline. Over a couple of decades, Vanadzor has been struggling to find new economic bases for the development of the city and make their urban infrastructure more attractive for investments. Post-communist cities of the Republic of Armenia can be considered as cities under transformation, since the urban landscapes formed during Soviet period are being adapted and remodeled to new conditions shaped by the economic, political, and cultural transition to capitalism. In 1993, Kirovakan was renamed Vanadzor, and while the formal remodeling of the institutional landscape of the city has now been largely completed in post-communist Vanadzor, some social cultural practices and structures still retain some socialist features. And Vanadzor still exhibits a typically socialist urban character and thus should be considered as a city in transition. In order to understand and interpret post-communist urban restructuring of Vanadzor, we take into consideration the interactions between three aspects of post-communist transition suggested by Sikora and Bozarovsky. The institutional transformations that created a general societal framework for transition, transformations of the social, economic, cultural, and political practices exhibited in the everyday life of people, and the transformation dynamics of urban change. In the case of Vanadzor in particular, post-communist institutional transformations were marked by basic reforms of the political system, resulting in democratic elections at the local level and the decentralization of power to local governments and privatization of state assets. Secondly, the emergence of a number of new private owners, entrepreneurs, and firms, and the openness of local economic systems have formed the basic conditions for the spontaneous emergence of series of economic, social, and cultural transformations in Vanadzor. Political, economic, social, and cultural transformations and the post-industrial new conditions also stimulate the creation of new post-communist urban landscapes of Vanadzor, which become symbolic manifestations of the future city. The Soviet cities were designed to glorify the ideas of communism, and the authorities made efforts to construct relevant urban identities by artificially enhancing and silencing some aspects of already existing identities. After the collapse of the USSR, cities are once again rethinking their identities. The process is problematic and often contradictory, as it takes place under political, cultural, and economic transition, and involves different actors like globalization processes, national and regional governments, city administration, urban activists, and ordinary citizens. The post-Soviet cities, including Vanadzor, faced the task of rethinking the Soviet past, recognizing spatial identities and setting new goals for the development of the city through intra-city dialogue. In the post-Soviet years, Kirovakan was renamed Vanadzor. Most of the city streets, squares, and parks were renamed. The city's architectural and symbolic landscapes were changed, and the local authorities regularly work on rebuilding the image of the city. However, we argue that the buildings of abandoned factories that remind the citizens of the industrial glory of Kirovakan, the Soviet nostalgia, the remnants of the Soviet urban identity in Kirovakan, the lack of prospects for economic development of the city, the difficult social situation deepened the crisis of urban identity of Vanadzor. In recent years, the practices of presenting new economic basis for the city development and reshaping the image of the city by the local authorities is in constant conflict with the ideas and expectations of the residents of Vanadzor. Therefore, in this research, we found it expedient to view the changes of Vanadzor's urban identity and the image of the city in interaction between public and official discourses and the transformation dynamics of urban change. The changes, urban identity is a social cultural construct formed as a result of socialization and adaptation in a certain territorial settlement and is determined by the assimilation and reproduction of cultural symbols, accepted norms, traditions, lifestyle of the inhabitants of this settlement. Urban identity is the result of identifying a person with an urban community as a large social group that differs from a number of other communities identified on the basis of urban affiliation. In some, urban identity is formed as a result of identifying a person with a specific urban community and is determined by assimilation and reproduction of the symbolic capital of the city, social norms and lifestyle that unite the inhabitants of the given city. The formation of urban identity is influenced by three types of factors. First of all, the stable factors, the location of the city, the climate, the history of the city. Second, the changing factors, the size and population of the city, the urban landscape of the city, the quality of life of the residents, the cultural traditions of the local community. The third are the symbolic factors, the symbols of the city, the political atmosphere, the cultural codes of conduct of the inhabitants, the significant events, etc. Special attention should be paid to the symbolic factors of urban identity, among which we will single out the image of the city and the symbol of the city. The symbol of the city is a certain object which is associated with the city and is the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about the city. The image of the city is a system of interconnected and interacting signs, symbols, archetypes, and stereotypes that quite simply and at the same time vividly characterize any given territory. The description of the image of the city includes information with a certain emotional and axiological assessment of the features of the geographical position and architecture, history of development, specialization of the city, customs of citizens, notable events, mention of the city and or its inhabitants in the history of country or region. When forming the image of the city, a special urban lexicon is also formed. Words that most clearly characterize the territory, names of people, toponyms, historical and cultural events, memorable places, etc. As a rule, the urban lexicon thickens, concentrates the most important figurative points. With the framework of our research, we will view the changes of the changing and symbolic factors of urban identity formation of Vanadzor in the interaction of official and public discourses. In the last 3 years, we have examined the last 3 development programs of Vanadzor presented by the local authorities, the speeches of the representatives of the municipality of Vanadzor, the books published with community funds, and other official data. Expert interviews were conducted with Vanadzor Mayor Mamikon Aslanyan, the secretary of the municipality, and other representatives of local authorities. The familiarity of the urban environment consists of architectural and symbolic landscapes of the city. And its elements can be used to reshape local urban identities, which is why after the collapse of the USSR, the city authorities of Kirovakan started the process of reshaping the symbolic landscape of the city in order to outline the perspective of the post-Soviet development of the city. The onset of post-communism was marked by a struggle against the primary symbols of the Soviet past. As in all other post-Soviet republics, in Armenia as well, the collapse of the Soviet Union was followed by the so-called war against Soviet memory. The war started by renaming public spaces and the removal of statues of communist figures. The city of Kirovakan wasn't left out of the process of rethinking the Soviet past and rebuilding local identity. The city was renamed Vanadzor, and the statue of Kirov was removed from the main square of the city. Researchers Young and Light introduced three possible scenarios of identity building in different post-communist cities, each shaped by different national contexts of the experience of socialism and post-socialism. According to them, post-communism identity building may either draw on pre-socialist golden ages as their key source of identity and seek to conceal the socialist past, or draw on the history of the socialist period, but use it more as part of emphasizing their anti-communist credentials, or may actively include some elements socialist past is highly contested ways in their contemporary identity formation. In the case of Vanadzor, as we see, we are dealing with the first scenario. The symbols of the Soviet past are almost completely replaced by the symbols of the Armenian heroic past, and the prominent figures presenting the golden age in the history of Armenian culture. Kirov Square was renamed Haik Square, Lenin Avenue was renamed Tigran the Great Avenue, Mark Street became Grigor Lusavorish Street, Kirov Street was renamed Moses Khorenatsi, and etc. A similar practice was used in the process of renaming the post-Soviet Yerevan, Yerevan's landscape, as it was introduced in Professor Abramian's works. Almost all Soviet symbols have disappeared from Vanadzor's urban landscape, and old and new parks, squares, and streets continue to be named after old and new figures of Armenian culture. Chemical Factory Workers Park was recently named after French-Armenian cultural and public figure Charles Aznavour, and the Railway Worker Park was named after writer Grant Matevosyan, and the Youth Park was renamed Ruben Sevak Park. However, these changes were superficial, and they just copied the practices of other cities of the Republic of Armenia, without tending to formulate a local urban identity, as the social and economic feature of the city was remaining uncertain in the official discourse. The commercialization of the city center, the practices of renting public spaces in Vanadzor to local prominent businessmen spoke of the lack of a city development ideas. Along with all this, the residents of the city continued to reproduce the Soviet urban identity, which was conditioned by the difficult socio-economic situation, the presence of the former industrial ghost of the city in the architectural landscape of the Vanadzor, and nostalgia of good life. As a result, in the urban lexicon, the city is still called Kirovakan. The residents call themselves Kirovakansi and kept demanding that the city authorities restore the city's industrial potential. One of the bright examples of the post-industrial Vanadzor's urban identity crisis is the issue around the symbolic landscape of the main Haik Square of the city. During the Soviet period, the square was known as Kirov Square, and the statue of the prominent Bolshevik was standing at the center of the square until the independence of Armenia. Immediately after the collapse of the USSR, the statue of Kirov was removed from the center of the city. The square was renamed Haik. However, the main square of Vanadzor remains without the symbol to this day. After the war against Soviet monuments, main squares and cities of several Armenian cities have been left without symbols. which indicates that getting rid of the symbols of the Soviet past was an easier task for the city authorities than replacing the vacated areas with new symbols. The issue of replacing these vacant areas with new symbols is a subject of serious public debates, which isn't accidental at all, as the displaced monument may continue to mark its former place. In the case of Vanadzor's High Square, there are rumors from time to time about placing a new statue in the square, and city authorities have held public hearings in the past years, but no final decision has been made yet. In 2004, the former mayor of Vanadzor, Samvel Darpinyan, announced that a statue of a politician will not be placed in the main square of Vanadzor. Later, there was suggestions to place the statue of Haik Nahapet and Tigran the Great, as well as Hovannes Tumanyan in the square. In the case of the latter two, on the condition of adequate renaming of the square. If in the case of the first two, we are dealing with the symbols of national and not a local identity, then in the case of Tumanyan, the public hearings pointed out that local heritage of the great Armenian poet, considering him an important symbol in a local identity building process. A couple of representatives of the city authorities even suggested to rename the city after Tumanyan. According to the modernization program of High Square of Vanadzor, the Lori Regional Administration and the Vanadzor municipality planned to build a unique clock tower, as you see. The project hasn't been implemented yet, leaving the main square of the city without the symbol. Public discourse on the symbolic reshaping of the main square of the city is also ambiguous. Part of the city's population still regrets that the Kirov statue was removed altogether, saying it was part of the city's history, a wonderful architectural work that would remind of the good old days of the city. Some of our respondents thought that instead of new statue, the city should have new jobs. Some of the respondents were in favor of the idea of placing the statue of Hovannes Tumanyan. The issue of the fate of chemical factory workers' park is more controversial. The park was recently renamed after Charles Aznavour. The park is currently in a dilapidated condition, but within the framework of the government's subsidy program, it will be rebuilt in the coming years. However, most of our respondents were against the renaming of the park, noting that thanks to the chemical factory, the city became a city, and that instead of changing the history of the city authorities should be thinking about reviving it, reopening factories, providing people with jobs. In parallel with the practices of symbolic changes in urban landscape of Vanadzor by the city authorities, we have registered an initiative by young residents of Vanadzor aimed at reproducing the architectural and symbolic landscapes of the city and old toponyms of Kirovakan and its outskirts by creating posts and illustrations on Facebook pages and making animated stickers. There are also pages on social networks that regularly publish pictures of Soviet Kirovakan within old toponyms of the city districts, and in the comment sections of these pages, we observe the practice of reproduction of the Soviet local lexicon of the city. All these examples show that the post-Soviet symbolic transition from Kirovakan to Vanadzor was mainly carried out with the use of classical approach of symbolic and identity reconstruction, imitating the practices of other cities of Republic, while the formation of local urban identity is still in transition and is a vital subject of a public discourse. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, city authorities of Vanadzor, without obvious success, are trying to find new economic bases to build the development on and make the urban structures of the city more competitive and attractive for investments, as well as for the residents of Vanadzor. Over the past 10 years, the development strategies of the city of Vanadzor have begun to dispel the illusion of restoration of the industrial potential of the city and made information technology, light industry, and tourism the key areas of the city's future plans. In expert interviews made during our field research, the mayor of Vanadzor and number of representatives of the local authorities clarified that the city finally abandoned the project of reviving the city's industrial potential, and that the city should strive to become the center of tourism of the northern regions of the Republic of Armenia. During the Soviet period, Vanadzor was an industrial city. The population worked in factories, and this was the main area of employment for the population. However, in addition to the factories and plants, there was also a well-developed leisure infrastructure. Apart from the camps and ski slopes, the surrounding forests, the nearby natural monuments and monasteries were also of tourist and leisure interest. According to the new city authorities, the city of Vanadzor should abandon its industrial image and perspectives, and should start a new process of rethinking the future and image of the city. According to the city authorities, the city should take the path of developing the tourism infrastructure. The first steps in the direction were taken on the initiative of the former Prime Minister of Republic of Armenia, Karen Karapetyan, when the tourist development strategy of the city was developed. The current city authorities also believe that tourism can save Vanadzor and turn it into a tourism center of northern Armenia. Mild climatic conditions, the presence of large forests, and geographical location are possible preconditions for Vanadzor to become a tourist city. Georgia is very close. The important despite the fact that the official discourse have already outlined the prospects for the development of the city, and a process has begun to reshaping the image of the city, a number of parks of Vanadzor have been rehabilitated, funds of government subsidy programs and other projects. New tourist routes are being developed to the historical and cultural sites of the city to become attractive for tourists. Vanadzor still doesn't have the necessary infrastructure to become an attractive tourist destination in the region. In addition, a similar strategy has been developed and presented by the local authorities of Dilanyan and Yerevan, which are ahead of Vanadzor in terms of infrastructure and tourist attractiveness. The majority of our respondents do speak in favor of creating any jobs in the city, but generally are against the new approaches and think that the city authorities should try to save the existing factories first, because Kirovakan was an industrial city. That's their history, and the new city will not be their city anymore. Only a part of our young respondents was in favor of the changes, but mainly referring to the development prospects of the technology center opened in Vanadzor. Some of the respondents accused the city authorities of making the city for others, meaning the tourists, pointing out that the municipality is improving the city's parks and streets for tourists and not for the residents of the city. In this case, we are dealing with a clash of rethinking the images of my city and our city in the public discourse, with the idea of our city in the official discourse. In sum, we can argue that the practices of the city authorities of Vanadzor to rethink the urban identity of the city in the face of the uncertainty of the city's future and hard socio-economic realities are still inferior to the Soviet industrial urban identity of Kirovakan in public discourse. The Soviet nostalgia for the good life, the presence of ghosts of the industrial past in the architectural landscape of the city, and the lack of certainty of the future of the city in the symbolic landscape are still a big factor in the reproduction of the city's Soviet urban identity. As a result, certain projects of urban development and processes of rethinking the image of Vanadzor do not correspond to the public perceptions of the restructuring of the city. The city authorities accuse the residents of clinging to the past, and the residents accuse the authorities of forgetting the past. Thus, the two important actors responsible for building an urban identity in the post-socialist Vanadzor still continue to act separately in the ongoing process of urban identity rethinking. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. We encountered a new phenomenon where the post-industrial city at the same time gives birth to an anti-colonial discourse and neo-colonial at the same time, which is remarkable. So here's the question: is there no discussion about underground culture, since Vanadzor in this respect is known as a nexus of musical groups, specific styles, space where from time to time this subculture is vibrant, at least from time to time. The floor is open for questions. Yes, I do have a question. The answer is important for me. Ethnographic material. What nature of ethnographic material did you dispose of? Thank you. What material, ethnographic material, did you base your paper on?
Since your presentation was in English, I'm going to ask you in English too, okay? So my question is about the population and the continuity in the population between the Soviet and post-Soviet period. So you know that the transformation, like the transformations, like the late Soviet period and the early post-Soviet period triggered this process of like population movement when people were leaving Armenia. You know, people from villages, the rural population was replacing urban population. Like to quote Ruben Hagerdyan, can we say the same about Vanadzor? It's the first question. Like, was there this rupture in the population? Like people left because deindustrialization, economic crisis, people left, and they were replaced with people from other parts of Armenia, like from rural areas, who didn't have roots with this, like, or connection, like this tight connection with the Soviet city of Kirovakan. And if it in fact did take place, what effect did it have on the symbolic image of the city through the eyes of its population? Thank you. And the question is both for you and Anush. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions? I would like to remind our online participants that they could write their questions up in the chat room. The next speaker is Milena Baghdasaryan. She is employed at the National Academy Ethnography and Archaeology Institute. She also teaches at the Yerevan State. The scope of her interests covers social environmental movements. She will be speaking today about a subject that we all more or less were exposed to a couple of years ago, the Gyumri conundrum. Milena will tell us, and I quote, "Gyumri shall not be a mine, the spy economy of the town and struggle for environmental justice" is the title of her presentation.
So my presentation will also be in English, and it is entitled "Gyumri will not become a mine, Town Spy Economy and the Struggle for Environmental Justice." In this paper, I analyze how the spy economy of Gyumri town in Armenia has impacted the local residents and the wider public struggle against the operation of a gold mine in the town's vicinity. I propose that, among other factors, the spy economy has had an impact on the residents' perceptions of the town's image, atmosphere, and economic prospects, and on their lifestyles, occupations, and livelihoods, their connection with the surrounding nature. These perceptions and dispositions have, in turn, fueled local resistance against mining. In order to make metal mines acceptable to residents of local communities and to prevent opposition, mining corporations often present their projects as development, quote unquote, promising growth of infrastructure, new employment opportunities, social projects, large amounts for purchasing a residence land, quote unquote, mitigation of any environmental impacts, and so forth. And as Stuart Kirsch, who is the author of Mining Capitalism, put it, the idealized positive representation of metal mining industry typically goes along with hiding its negative consequences until they become apparent and it is too late to prevent mining operations. As I propose in this paper, the framing of the gold mining project as development did not work for a large segment of Jermuk's population, if not for its overwhelming majority, in part because they perceived their town and infrastructure as already having been developed, having a republic-wide and international significance, allowing for a sustainable, peaceful lifestyle and occupying a specific economic niche that has made their incomes highly dependent on the preservation of pristine nature. The significance of Jermuk as a center of medical tourism for the wider public in Armenia was also a reason why mining the mountain of Amulsar found a large-scale opposition. We are now more familiar with Save Amulsar slogan of the anti-mining movement, which incorporates wider environmental, social, and human rights concerns. However, the initial slogan used by the activists was Jermuk will not become a mine. In 2012, a Facebook group under this name was created to consolidate the struggle. The slogan specifically expressed the concern with the future of the town. Much has been written on environmental and socioeconomic impacts of both mining and tourism industries in various areas of the world. Both industries have been associated with positive and negative impacts, such as contribution to GDP. Mining is specifically associated with strong negative environmental and associated socioeconomic impacts. Concerning the macroeconomic impacts of mining, the resource curse argument should be kept in mind. As pointed out by Auti, and I quote here, the mineral economy's economic growth and their social welfare are inferior to those of non-mineral economies at a similar level of development, end of quote. So according to Auti, there are many reasons for this, especially that much of the generated income goes to foreign investors, while locally mining generates few job opportunities. It may disturb the development of other economic activities like tourism and agriculture, and it may result in serious environmental problems. This means that mining may have different socioeconomic effects depending on whether the mine is exploited in an area where people have traditionally engaged in mining and the settlement was built specifically for that reason, or if mining enters an area where people have traditionally relied on other economic activities and that might be strongly affected by mining. So in the second scenario, people may become displaced or dispossessed, and in this sense, scholars, for instance, Tanya Lee, has spoken of the creation of surplus populations. So the poorer the mine, the larger the generated waste, the stronger the environmental impacts, especially if mining is planned in an environmentally sensitive area. Mining can affect other economic activities, first and foremost due to caused environmental degradation and pollution, including dust, noise, explosions, acid rock drainage, contamination of water resources with heavy metals, and so on. Stuart Kirsch also points out assessment of mining's impact on local communities often do not take into account various associated costs, like the cost of used water, the polluted natural resources, or the cost to local communities in terms of health, their income, their businesses, depriving them of other long-term development opportunities, and so forth. Another serious issue to take into account is how strong the potential of the mine is to pollute the environment, i.e. whether the rocks have strong acid generation potential, whether the mine is in close proximity to surface and groundwater, and so forth. So scholars have written a lot about mining's and tourism's impact on urban areas, and For instance, scholars have demonstrated that in addition to environmental consequences, mining can lead to growing social inequalities and polarization of a local population, and tourism can have similar impacts too if the businesses are concentrated in the hands of an elite. However, in the case of Jermuk, my fieldwork revealed a very different experience of tourism. Local residents associated it with peace, sustainability, income opportunities, and potential for growth. Here we can see the water gallery in Jermuk. The tourist infrastructure allowed different population segments to make an income, and hence they did not associate tourism with social polarization. However, the arrival of the mining corporation to nearby Amulsar started changing the social atmosphere of the town. A large share of the residents feared strong impacts of the mining, not just on the pristine nature and the mineral springs, but also on the tourist economy of the town and hence on their livelihoods. Let me just briefly present my methodology. I have started conducting fieldwork on Safe Amulsar movement since mid-2018, and the fieldwork is still ongoing. So far, I've done in-depth interviews with activists, participant observation during rallies, both in Yerevan and in Jermuk, several visits to the town of Jermuk nearby Gandevaz village, and blog posts at the mountain, during which I've conducted interviews with local residents and Amulsar defenders. And I have conducted document analysis by examining respective legislation, expert assessment, official discourse, public discourse, and so forth. So turning to the context of the study, as detailed by Armen Hakobyan, mining industry in Armenia was privatized and deregulated starting with 1999, and policies were made mining friendly to meet the interests of mining companies and to attract foreign investment. Mining industry is poorly regulated in Armenia, and mines, working or abandoned, regularly cause pollution. Given the widespread corruption in Armenia, it played an important role in allocation of mining permissions. At the same time, the local community's participation in decision-making was made rather symbolic. Permissions were granted even in cases in which local residents and/or experts and the wider public protested against mining and raised serious concerns. It should be said that though mining would undoubtedly affect Jermuk, the town was not recognized as an impact community until 2016, so making the residents unable to legally take part in public hearings or contest mining through litigation. In opinions of numerous active residents, this happened because during the first public discussion, when the corporation presented the project to Jermuk's residents, it became clear that the residents would oppose the project. Amulsar mountain can be seen from Jermuk. It is located just about 6 to 12 kilometers away, very close to surface and groundwater resources, including the rivers of Arpa, Vorotan, and Darb, Kechut water reservoir, Spandaryan Kechut tunnel leading to Sevan Lake, and so forth. The mountain hosts 1 plant, 18 types of birds, and 4 types of mammals registered in the red list of endangered species, and Armenian law prohibits actually mining in habitats of red list species. The area considered for mining partly coincides with Jermuk area of special conservation interest according to Berne Convention. The fact that the mountain has acid generation potential makes mining very risky here in terms of polluting the environment along the rivers and endangering the wildlife and the well-being of communities. The mountain contains low-grade ore only about 0.78 grams of gold per ton. The corporation planned open pit mining with the use of cyanide leaching, a further cause for serious concern, since the heap leach facility was supposed to function just a few hundred meters away from the nearby Gandevaz village and very close to Arpa Gorge. So the company gained its first exploration license in 2006 and the exploitation license in 2009. And according to numerous local residents, they only massively found out about the planned mine in 2010-2011. So let me present a little bit Jermuk as a health resort. Jermuk has a long history as a settlement near mineral waters. The village has been mentioned in the 13th century history of the province of Sunik by Stepanos Orbelian. A basin for mineral waters was built there in the Middle Ages and restored during the Tsarist rule in the 1860s. In the Soviet period, urban development plans were drawn for Jermuk starting with the 1940s. The first mineral water bottling factory in Jermuk was founded in 1951. Since the 1960s, given the construction of sanatoriums, the water gallery and other infrastructure, the town grew to become a popular spa center in the Soviet Union, with residents from Armenia and other Soviet republics coming there for recreation. By the end of the 1980s, the population of Jermuk reached about 9,000 people. However, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the tourist economy started to decline. Over time, it recovered only to a certain extent. The flow of medical tourists, including from other countries, increased. New hotels and sanatoriums were built. The water bottling industry expanded and so forth. So the town also provides opportunities for winter sports, and there are plans to develop tourist services and infrastructure in that direction. By 2015, the number of residents was only about 4,400. The economy of Jermuk and the lives of its residents are entwined with the surrounding nature in multiple ways. Let me just briefly show the living districts of the city. So the town is divided into two areas, touristic and residential, on two banks of the river. So the economy, as I said, and the lives of its residents are entwined with the surrounding nature in multiple ways. The town's water bottling industry, including the export of Jermuk mineral water and tourism, provide numerous residents with stable jobs, and tourism provides further income opportunities. Many chose professions associated with tourism, specifically with spa industry. Certainly, residents do speak of economic elites of the town. Nevertheless, profits from tourism are not restricted to people with large capital investments. Already in the Soviet period, residents used to rent out their apartments or rooms to visitors during the high season, and which provided them with quite a significant side income. Today, too, many tourists who cannot afford staying in more expensive hotels or sanatoriums prefer to rent out apartments or rooms from local residents. And during my visits, I've stayed in different apartments, even with pensioners who are renting out the room. And though it's they don't take much money, but it is still a significant addition to their pension. And some families were able to renovate their housing, and they're renting it out during the season. Thus, this is quite a significant contribution to their family budget. Other residents profit from tourism by selling agricultural produce, dried herbs, souvenirs, paintings, organizing sightseeing trips, driving private taxis, and so forth. So these small businesses or income opportunities are open for residents because numerous tourists come to Jermuk primarily for enjoying the common resources that are available for free. So many choose to stay with residents rather than living in a hotel or in a sanatorium. And this is an important reason why tourist economy is associated with inclusivity and sustainability, because it is seen as profiting the town's inhabitants. Another reason for perceiving tourism in Jermuk as sustainable is that this economy builds on maintaining the natural resources and using them sustainably rather than polluting or destroying them. Besides the mineral water that is available to everyone, the tourists are attracted by the tranquility of the town, by the clean air filled with delightful scent of pines, by lakes and gurgling creeks running down from the hills around, the gorge of Arpa River, the picturesque waterfall, opportunities for hiking, and so forth. In fact, the tranquility of the town is seen by many as contributing to the healing that medical tourists seek in Jermuk, as people who drink the water 3 times a day are advised by doctors to take long and quiet walks after visits to the gallery and prior to eating. Other attractions include the 10th century Gandevank monastery near the town of Jermuk, Bronze Age caves, and so forth. So as can be seen from the discussion above, the economy of the town has had a profound impact on the lifestyle and livelihoods of its residents. The residents see their town as a space very tightly intertwined with the surrounding nature, and their income as highly dependent on the availability of unpolluted nature. When the plans to exploit a gold mine near the town became widely known to the residents, they were the first to raise concerns and objections to it, and were soon joined by environmental activists. So here we see a meeting. These are representatives of businesses in Jermuk who in 2012 applied with an open letter to the president of Armenia requesting to ban the project since it was undermining the development program of the city. Similar requests were made by the mayor and the city council to the company and the then Minister of Nature Protection, who is currently under criminal investigation. No public hearing as required by the law has ever taken place in Jermuk. The argument concerning the potential of the mine to extinguish the spy economy and to deprive the residents of their livelihoods in the long run is an important part of the struggle against the mine. It should be said that these concerns are well grounded in accounts of scholars and experts. When in 2014, 210 villagers from Gandevas and several civil society representatives applied to the company's investor, International Finance Corporation, the latter concluded that, I quote, potential impacts of the mine on Jermuk's brand as a resort town had not been fully considered, end of quote. And subsequently, IFC withdrew from the project. Certainly, the responses of the surrounding settlements residents have not been unanimous. Some residents of Jermuk or Gandevas revealed that years ago, when they had just heard about the planned mining project, they had been completely unaware of the potential impact of mining on the nature and on the economy of Jermuk, and hence they had not been opposed to mining. So if, of course, given the premise that it would not cause any harm to the nature, these residents revealed that they changed their opinion over time. For instance, thanks to hearing experts' explanations on the impact of mining or seeing a television program and so forth. For instance, here a middle-aged woman from Jermuk, whose son has been active in blocking the roads to the mountain, revealed that she worked for the mining company and only changed her opinion on mining independently after learning more about it. I quote her, "We oppose mine exploitation. I worked there in the beginning and we viewed it positively. I was working as a caregiver in a kindergarten. We were happy that there will be jobs. I myself started digging the internet, the TV. Then my son took part in the protests. Then on TV, I saw a map that showed how the waters, the polluted waters from the mine, would flow into Getyut storage lake. Jermuk is the most pristine place in Armenia, and now they want to contaminate even this. Before, we didn't know. Everything was clean. We didn't know what the impact of the mine would be." And then she says, only when I found out myself, she changed her opinion, and she said, Jermuk residents will rise with arms against mining. Now everybody already, end of quote. Hence, the very strong opposition to mining that exists now in Jermuk is the result of years of raising public awareness on the impact of mining. This work has been conducted by experts, active local residents, environmental activists, and other civil society actors. However, my interviews and observations reveal that there was or is more unanimity against mining in Jermuk than compared, for instance, to the village of Gandevas. So in Gandevas, the village community is described to have been divided and driven into conflict due to attitudes to mining, because numerous residents sold their land plots to the corporation, while others ferociously opposed the mine. My interviews in the village of Gandevas also revealed that years later, the residents still have different opinions, and there are those viewing the prospect of mining favorably in case if it would be safe, since it could be a source of jobs and income. In Jermuk, however, many of my interlocutors revealed that they had been against mining from the time they had heard about it. When walking around town, one may often see safe Amulsar posters. Whenever I was in Jermuk, either for conducting interviews or for attending demonstrations, the residents who learned about my work thanked me for taking an interest in their struggle. There were instances of people paying for my ticket in the transportation, giving me a small present, maybe a pack of dried herbs or a souvenir as a token of gratitude for standing with them. While the concern with the negative impact of the mine is prominent, this is not the only concern shared by the residents. Interviews with them reveal their heightened awareness of the connection between human health and the environment, and their profound appreciation of the natural resources and their concern with protecting them from pollution. So many spoke of the town as being located in a pristine area, its main attractions being the mineral springs, clean water, air and soil, unpolluted agricultural produce of the surrounding villages, vegetation and wildlife and so forth. They very strongly opposed the prospect of the spa area turning into an industrial one with explosions, rock grinding and cyanide, heap leaching processes going on so close to the town. For instance, according to Amulsar defender Aharon Arsenyan, he and many of his friends were opposed to the mine when they had heard about it years ago as school children. He revealed during an interview that they did not like seeing people in helmets walking around the town. They were more used to tourists enjoying walking around. The people with helmets, the idea of industry did not fit the atmosphere of the town. He said that his opposition started from there and grew stronger as he learned more about gold mining. And I'm approaching the conclusion of my paper. As Aharon and many think that the mine would negatively impact the air, the water, the soil in the region, and it eventually would extinguish the medical tourist economy of Jermuk, potentially polluting the mineral springs. Furthermore, many have much broader concerns than the impact of Jermuk, understanding that the pollution of the rivers of Arpa and Vorotan would have a much wider impact on environment in Armenia. And many residents started experiencing the impact of the mine during its construction, including the pollution of air with dust, muddy rains, increasing cough among the population, a few instances of pollution of drinking water and in Gandevas and so forth. So according to another Amulsar defender, he only realized what the impact of mine would be when he witnessed the pollution of Arpa River, which we can see here. So the mine was, some infrastructure for the mine was being constructed and the river became polluted with clay. This was not a chemical pollution, but he realized that cyanide spills could happen when the cyanide heap leach facility would start working. So this is the construction of a heap leach facility. And even due to clay, pollution by clay, a lot of fish died in the water. So he realized if cyanide would spill, this would be a much more significant disaster for Arpa River. So he also revealed that he had been working in he had seen a mining site in Sotk in Armenia, and he understood what pollution from the mine was like. He described himself as a local man whose life is profoundly connected to the surrounding nature and objected that opponents considered him and other local protesters to be environmental activists. I quote him, "I am a hunter. I am connected with nature from my childhood. I'm not an environmentalist, but I love nature and I consider myself a man of nature." So just one last argument of why I think there is such a strong opposition to mining in Jermuk. It's because there are a lot of professionals working in the areas of health, medical tourism, and there are also other professionals quite well aware of what impact of mining would be, and they help shape the discourse in Jermuk. For instance, during the first meeting with the corporation, just local residents, teachers, and local professionals, they raised quite serious concerns about the potential impacts of the mine, like the potential of explosions to pollute the air and the soil and so forth. And healthcare professionals were also outspoken in their opposition to the mine. For instance, according to a female doctor working in a sanatorium in Jermuk, the mine could contribute to the increase of certain diseases among the population. To conclude, as I have argued, the spa economy of Jermuk has contributed to advancing certain dispositions among the residents of the town, which in turn have coalesced into a strong resistance against the mining project. For the residents of Jermuk, the struggle against the mine is also a struggle for social justice, for they understand that they might be the ones becoming dispossessed as a result of mining operations. Thank you.
Questions? An open question. What's the materials you based your research on, and who is the author of the photographs? And secondly, are you aware, maybe I missed something, how is Jermuk residences and offices heated? What do they use for heat in Jermuk? And thirdly, do you know of any mine in Armenia that is not linked to Russia and has received permission to operate? Or let's look at it from the opposite direction. Is there a mine in Armenia that is linked to Russia and the operation of which has been banned, with the exception of Amursar? Thank you. Other questions? Well, thank you. We'll now move on to the discussions. And in retrospect, Nona Shahnazarian will be the discussant. She is employee of the Archaeology and Ethnography Institute. She's a colleague of ours. She's also an employee in the St. Petersburg Independent Center of Social Studies. Good afternoon.
And I prefer to speak in English so that to make it quick and don't spare your time. It was absolutely fascinating reading. I mean, all this interesting research on urban space, and I just want to emphasize that Anush and Garik's papers, I really like them, and there's a lot of interesting material, and it's really like encouraging people to visit the city. But at the same time, it seems to me that you actually absolutely like you are doing a great job telling us and presenting us this transition cities or city which is in a process of transition yet. And what is that transition which longs for 30 years? And to me, I would be really kind of cautious to formulate research questions, and after giving this introduction, to stop on one problem or idea and go deeper to this idea. I wanted to say that because you are speaking about city in transition, and your text is full of these dichotomies of Soviet and post-Soviet, a little bit of pre-Soviet, and we can see that this industrial Soviet city and residents of that city or town, like Vanadzor, and I can imagine their ambitions in post-Soviet time. And you actually mentioned that there was huge outflow, migration from the city, and maybe this is going out of urban studies and your ideas, but it seems to me that if we speak about the globalization of cities, towns, and even villages, then it would be so interesting to hear, especially from you, Garik, because your methodology was like, you actually manifested that you had interviews, expert interviews, and content analysis and language and linguistic analysis, and it would be great to see more of that analysis in the text. And if you would touch upon some coping mechanisms, strategies of surviving, because we see that you both are dichotomizing Soviet and post-Soviet, but the Soviet time would give would give us zero nationalism plus in industrial city, and it is replaced by nationalism and the modernization and so-called moral communism or moral, how they call it, peasant communism. You see, when we can see especially in your text, Garik, that we can see that interestingly, this replacement and this demodernization, like when we can see actually this plan economy replaced with kind of a neoliberal approaches that, you know, we have our nationalism, we have our state, and you survive in a way you want, you know, this is your own problem. So I would suggest you and you, Anush, to do more readings. I'm not just, I think it's really great texts that would be really improve your text. If this is my function here as a discussant, then Kevin Lynch wrote The City Image and Its Elements. If you really reject the idea of getting deeper into these coping strategies, and if you want to be on this classical urban studies side, and the city image and its elements. The other one is William White, writing via Y, the design of space. So, and if some of you wants to continue the idea of how these demodernized cities still become global cities because of this new information age and these new technologies and new, more democratic network, when people from Vanadzor can find themselves in, let's say, San Diego, doing nanny's work, but previously working as a very, I don't know, qualified specialist in the industrial factories, etc. So, so if you are interested, then I can give you a really great list of great texts. Sorry for this tautology. Milena, thank you very much. This is just really very deep, interesting research, and I was reading it with great interest. And I think your research shows how the border, actually what I was talking just a second ago, how borders between city and village blurs in this new situation. And I find your topic, I'm sorry, so sorry to be trivial, but extremely urgent, just because my understanding is that the biggest problem in our modern world is how these transnational companies just penetrate every corner of the world and just letting their terrible signs over there. And I just have one question. I'm sorry if it is too big or too difficult. I realize that. Then my question would be to you, Milena, that what is so creepy or dangerous or whatever with this mining industry in Armenia and maybe in other places? So parallel would be great. Parallels would really help to understand. And the thing is, I've recently heard that our young politicians who came into power after the Velvet Revolution of 2018, they were previously very active protesters, and they were involved in this Save Amulsar protests. And after gaining power, after having authority to change something, they were actually reluctant to do so. And I think you give us very interesting angles how protest and the meaning of protest and the messages of protest really change and get remodeled and transformed in new post-Soviet situation. So if we take Nagorno-Karabakh, and it is mostly, first of all, it would be very interesting to understand a new age of information and social network and democratic way of exchange of information. What is the difference actually between cities and villages? Because I can see that even in Martuni, which is tiny, not so tiny in a landscape of Nagorno-Karabakh, but I mean, in a wider dimension, it's quite a small village, but still we can see that women can protest authority just in front of police and demanding to free their husbands. What I mean to say that it seems to me, if we can speculate that a global or new city or urbanism or urban place is also about special mode of life, style of life, and protests, social protests are part of that culture, then we can see that this border is blurred again. So thank you very much. Yeah. I'm sorry if I sound like a teacher, not at all. I just am ready to give you not only the titles of those texts, but the very texts. Thank you.
Thank you, Nona. Շնորհակալություն, Nona. Եվ մենք ունենք հնարավորություն հարցերի.
We now enjoy an opportunity to answer the questions. I would like Anush to start. I'll reflect on the first question.
So when you want to see, let's say, some cultural peculiarities that you won't find in other places, but you want to find them in Vanadzor. So evening education for the workers at the factory. Those were done also in other cities. This is not anything specific for Kirovakan. And when you compare the Soviet and post-Soviet periods, in the Soviet period you have industrial phase of the city, which were also presuming that there would be also educational component to it. In the post-Soviet era, when there was no industry, the educational opportunities were also limited. So the umbrella term of industry is shrinking. And when we were talking about industrial vision, it was no longer present during the post-Soviet time, and also the emergence of new culture. Those are rather at the level of discussions, more at the level of popular discourse than official document. New technologies, new forms of entertainment, etc. There are plans to include them in the future development plans, but this is being rather done at the level of unofficial discourse. And usually the topics of the discourse are more diverse than we can see in the official documents. Karik, please. Thank you. First of all, going back to your question, Ms. Shogwen, the research is at the initial stage. We will definitely also look at subcultures. The only subculture I have looked at, I spoke about this very briefly. It was a passing comment. It's a group of youth from Vanadzor that created a group or groups in the social media and then started to make money. They were making some stickers with the names of the old districts or old names of the districts. So the main target were people from Vanadzor, then they started to sell those stickers to people from Yerevan, so they have created quite a good business. But I will also look at other subcultures as well. I spoke a bit about the ethnography. We have looked at the last 3 development plans for the city. We have had expert interviews with the mayor of Vanadzor, with the chief of staff, and staff of the Department for Culture and Education. We did also some observations. I did some observations in the public spaces to see the landscape transformation, and there were also in-depth interviews with 15 people living in the central part, near the central square of Vanadzor, and near the railway park. And I also carried out a monitoring of the discourse in media and on social media in order to do the content analysis. I hope I answered your question.
Addressing to the question of Mr. Tokmantcev, I didn't speak about this because Anush Jivanyan talked about it before me, so I will try to answer. The population was during the Soviet time 170,000 people living in Kirovakan, and after the collapse of the USSR, nowadays there are roughly 70,000 living there, so it reduced twice. And on the also, I would like to mention that the youth is migrating from Vanadzor also. They are going to Yerevan or abroad. And also there's labor migration in Vanadzor. There are lots of people who live the half of the year in Russia generally, and the half in Vanadzor. And also you talked about the people living in the surroundings of Vanadzor who later migrated to Vanadzor. I would like to mention that outskirts and all that region was industrial during the Soviet time, and the population migrated to the Vanadzor. They also still carry on the nostalgia of the Soviet glory, industrial glory of the city. I hope I answered your question. Thank you. And I also want to thank the discussants for critical remarks and very good suggestions. I will take them into consideration during my further research. Thank you.
Ես նույնպես շնորհակալ եմ հարցերի համար, նախ անդրադառնամ ձեր հարցերին,
Please, Milena, let me take your questions. I presented a bit my methodology. I did field studies for several years. I visited Gandavas and Jermuk and had 10+ interviews, observations during some participatory events and meetings. I visited Amulsar guards, hosts, and I had also interviews with Amulsar guards. I did my table study, researched some documents, and also did some research online. So what kind of statements were made by different public authorities, experts. So I am following this development for several years, and pictures are my own. I have taken them during the field studies. If I didn't have relevant pictures, I used A-color pictures or pictures from different activists. Hmayakyan is just one of those. I have also shown a couple of pictures from the tourism sites in order to show that the Jermuk creates some attraction. What could attract tourists to Jermuk? Of course, I couldn't take such pictures because I am not a professional photographer. As of the policy and which country wants to actually exploit that mine. In case of Jermuk and Terot, the movement started by the local population, as in case of Amulsar, or it was the movement started with the environmentalists, like in case of Terot. This is regardless of the country that wants to actually own that mine. In case of Terot, they wanted to protect the forest and the water springs. In Jermuk, it is clear that it was a fight of the local population. So I told you that Gandavas is divided. There are some people who still support the idea of opening the mine, and there are other people who oppose this idea from the very first day. They go to the courts. They have approached different international bodies. In Jermuk, this resistance actually developed throughout the years when people understood what this mining industry could do to their city. And now, during the summertime, renting out their houses, and they live with this income. So it's an issue of social justice. Of course, the government will benefit and the budget will get some royalty revenues, but people from Jermuk will lose, and probably tourism will stop. No one would like to come and actually spend their holidays in Jermuk if the air is dusty, if water is polluted, so they are afraid that they will lose their stable income that they get from tourism. Instead, they want to develop tourism. About 2,000 people have signed this public call, and the city council has endorsed this. They want to develop only green economy in Jermuk. They don't want to have mining industry in the region. So they're always saying in their interviews, for us it is not important which country the company will come from. We oppose the idea of mining altogether. As of the heating, despite the fact that people are saying that the winter there lasts for 8 months, I haven't done any vox populi in order to understand how the heating works there. It was not important for my research, but if I go to Jermuk again, I will definitely ask that question, how the heating is organized, whether it's done well or not. Going back to what Nona said, thank you, dear Nona. You have asked me what happens at the global level, how we can see Amulsar in conjunction with other countries. This is a global process. Global capitalism needs some ores, and the old mines, which have been used for several centuries, are now depleted, and there is a need to open new ones. So those mining corporations go to the countries with low concentration. For example, you have to actually process about 1 ton of ore in order to get 1 gram of gold using cyanides. What makes those mines profitable? It's done when you amend the legislation of the country with participation of different international financial institutions such as the World Bank and others, which try to develop, quote-unquote, mining industry in underdeveloped countries or transitional countries. They're trying to change the legislation in the country, and they have succeeded to do that. In Armenia, Armenia Ishkhanyan writes about this because I didn't do research myself. In 1999, or starting from 1999, under the auspices of the World Bank, the entire legislation of Armenia has been amended, so the mining taxes and duties, fees, environmental fees have been reduced to the extent that made these mines profitable for some corporations which were interested in opening those mines. So in the past, the company should pay for hazardous waste or toxic waste. Then the statement on waste was taken out, and if you take it out, you do not pay for the entire ore that you actually excavate, but rather you pay only for the part that you export from the country, and the tails remain in the country, or the deposits disposed remain in the country. So the legislation in Armenia is such that the profit remains in the hands of the corporations, and the people will be on the losing side. Specifically when we talk about the local communities living near those mines, because it will directly impact their income, their health, and lifestyle. This is the curse of resources, or a micro expression of the Fisher's idea. This is a micro expression of Fisher's idea of the global curse of mines. So the community should be able to oppose this idea. And some countries, by the way, community may say no. In Latin America, in some countries, I cannot remember the exact country, but there were cases that people signed a petition and stopped the use of a mine. In our country, to actually stop it, they have to actually fail public hearings in order not to have them. And the second option is when you simply block the roads.
ուղիղ դիմադրությունը ճանապարհ փակելը ճանաչվի ոնց որ անհաղթահարելի ուժ եւ հանքարդյունաբերական
So
կորպորացիաների
you create a force majeure situation, and then you have two options: either the license is revoked or the corporation waits as long as needed until people will go home and open up the roads for the mine to operate. Thank you very much. Please, if we have anything to add, please feel free to do so. On my left side, I have two of my colleagues, Levon and Ripsime. It happened a long time ago when we authored an article. It was at the times when the knights were not replaced by the soldiers. I don't remember when we authored that article, but I remember a small issue that we have raised. The first one was related to the private cars park and tuning of those cars. I see today where we are now. At that time were three young specialists. Now we have three other youngsters. The fourth one has escaped, who is also a youngster, are raising some important issues related to the city, and that's actually important, and our discussant also talked about this. And it is clear that in Armenia as well, the ethnography or anthropology of the city, no matter how you call it, is existing, and we're here for you. In the mid-20th century, there was an interesting expression uttered by a French anthropologist. The archaeologists went to the village and the ethnographers came to the city. Some of us are now in the city, the others are in the village, and some of us are commuting between the village and the city. I would like to ask to improve the text, and this should be done by you and by the editors, and the editors are the final judges. There should be no question for the reader what is the source. So historian or archaeologist or whoever writes any text should also talk about the sources. When you say I have read 10 books, it says nothing. When you list these 10 books, this is the solution. So sometimes some references are being made to the oral communication. So they say 2 sentences and then they make reference that we had this conversation with this person. Sometimes there are also references made to telephone conversations. I have done it for myself. Otherwise, it seems that the idea is presented, but there is no author for that. Or you have authored all those ideas. Vanadzor was not only an industrial city. It was the most mafia-ruled city in the Transcaucasia. It was related to corruption level in the city. It was related to all areas of life. So what was a deficit? Armenia was importing 15-20% more than needed, actually. We were sitting, the three of us, in Vanadzor at the office of the police officer, of the head of police. By the way, no protocol, no recording, but the head of police is telling us that we are in war in the city. What the last elections showed, it showed that the criminals want to become mayors. So you have the largest concentration of weapons in Vanadzor. But let's leave it there. I would suggest that you revise the topic, or actually the title of your talk, but you should also improve it. So when you talk about changes of the image of urban identity of Vanadzor, what do you talk about? About your own perceptions or perceptions of those whom you met, or the population of the city? And I didn't hear any names, any toponyms. So, and then the World Bank program. Armenia is facing an issue of heating, and experts are here in order to understand the social aspect of heating. And when they are sent to Jermuk, they are surprised why a city which is seated on the hot water is waiting for gas supply. And we're basically wasting a resource that could be used for heating without any additional resources. And no one is looking at the component that there are people who will benefit from gas supply. And that's why they're opposing the idea of using the natural heat. And Amulsar is the only case when we were able to oppose the expansion of the Russian companies to Armenia. You go to Kazan and you are starting immediately to cough because of the dust in the air. And people in Kapan still remember how the tails damaged their gardens and their plants. I'm sorry that I'm taking more time than I should, but I had to say this. Thank you for your important observations. We're closing not only this panel, but also our today's work. I should say that Mr. Gulian's point that here we have next to each other those who have started the urban studies among the ethnographs. But I would like to summarize the last panel by saying that we have a very interesting picture. It turns out that Vanadzor is a city where the population is dreaming about industry, while the authorities dream about tourism, or at least they present it that way. Population understands that it doesn't have any potential for industry, or at least is not competitive. At the same time, the industrial past is not giving them a chance to enter a different space or to see other prospects or other alternatives. We also see that another space which has a great potential, tourist potential, people dream about that, they want to maintain that, but at least political leadership of the country wants to replace that, not by a mining industry, but rather by the exploitation of mines. So simply taking out the natural deposits rather than having also a full industry there. So the discourses and narratives in different cities are quite diverse, and to what extent we are actually realistic in our economic prospects and our calculations. Aren't we too tied to our industrial past from the Soviet times? And are we looking at the potential of the tourism sector in the country, even if it is a small one, and are we able to explore that further? And by saying this, I would like to close our today's work and see you tomorrow.
Recording stopped.
Այն ժամանակ ո՞րը ցարի ժամանակ էր թե սովետ դե լավ է ես ումն է ես կոնն է կարծել ես թվում է ես կոնն չի